Wow, this music's really ominous. I did not realize how ominous
Wow,
this
this
music
music's
was.
really ominous. I did not realize how ominous
Wow,
this
this
music
music's
was.
really
Oh
ominous. I
no,
did not
never done.
realize how ominous
Wow,
this
this
music
music's
was.
really
Oh
ominous. I
no,
did not
never done.
realize how ominous
Wow,
this
this
music
music's
was.
really
Oh
ominous.
no.
Hi, sorry about that. We're here. I absolutely screwed up our intro, and now I've screwed up the overlay. It's just one of those days, apparently. There we go. Grid. Delightful. Hello. Good evening. Welcome to tonight's episode of Tales of Yoranta, the Wailing Seas. Except it's not the Wailing Seas anymore, so I guess it's just Tales of Yoranta. We're your friends, the Unnamed Few. This is episode 67. Brief announcement. We're in a new book now. Because I ran out of room in the other one. I will be, with the help of the other players, compiling a sort of Wikipedia for everybody of all the stuff we know and all the places we've been and little entries on everything. So, look forward to that as I have time for it. Given my deadlines this month are a little tight, it'll probably be sometime next year when you see this.
Want me to talk to you about that on the break room?
About what?
I
My
haven't-
deadlines, or
No, the note wiki thing.
unless you're already doing it, at which point I feel a
No, no,
little
no, no, no,
silly.
no, 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 no.
Anyway, hi, we're here. I hope you've been practicing social distancing and doing all that good stuff for fellow humanity. Beyond that, we don't have any announcements. A little discombobulated this morning. I swapped to a different kind of alarm and promptly slept through it. So, hello. But we're here. Hi. Anton, recap.
Alrighty. Last session, episode 66, was us arriving in the first nest. Because we had intended to take down a Sibriax, which was the demon that had cursed Enzo with the shattered glass body, sort of. Immediately, Vasily Aroma stopped us in a dark tunnel and kind of ambushing us and started asking questions. But in the end, he seemed to agree that he would let us kill it, but offer absolutely no aid in us doing so.
Dick.
So we kind of waffled a bit. We decided we might need more allies to take it on because it's probably pretty high level, approaching that CR19 range, I think. Probably like 17. And we sought the help of Dren Fireslinger, our old Smoke Genasi warlock ally. So we teleported back to Akun. Soren also secured, I think, a priest of the Ashen Lady as
Yes.
somebody
Intercessor?
we will have.
What are they called?
Mm-hmm.
Gwendolyn.
So we stopped by Akun, we did some light shopping, and then Dren arrived. We used the blood needles in our possession to do some truth or dare, except it's just truth, I guess. Discussed Dren's patron Ultras, who's apparently as Mephistopheles?
An
Or as
avatar,
Matthias?
an avatar of Mephistopheles.
Mephistopheles?
Yeah.
And had some discussions about what they want to do with the soul bounty of the 3 million Cavoli souls. And then Enzo opened the Shadow Gateway. Because Dren wanted to speak to Mershulk, and I'm like, I want to speak to Mershulk. Let's all go. And so we enter a landscape of dark crystal, and here, Enzo is flesh and blood, and everyone else is glass. That's not creepy. Let's find out what awaits us here.
A redeemer.
You stand 2 stories up in a skeletal ruin. Stones climb, somewhat defying gravity in places. In that buildings have apparently collapsed, but left parts of stone barely supported. They should fall over, but they remain standing. The sky is black. The stones are grey. The streets are slightly different, more mottled shade of grey. This is a world without colour. In fact, the only thing with colour is Enzo, who is standing, as he would look otherwise, look in shadow.
Sure.
The rest
my
of
my
you-
normal colorful appearance whereas I am a grey tiefling.
Yes, but there's some
Sure.
saturation values of carried
Green cape, yeah, some.
whereas the rest of you, someone's whapped an adjustment layer and turned that saturation down half. So, there is still color on you, but it is definitely bleached away somewhat. As you step into this realm of shadows, can Soren and Vigil please make me wisdom saving throws?
Oh, delightful. Do
Oh,
we have
sick.
vigil bonus?
You have vigil bonus,
yeah,
and you also
vigil
might have the
bonus.
ring bonus too. I'm gonna go check that ring.
Doesn't Rune have a magic resistance cloak? Does that apply?
It is spell resistance, I believe. Yeah, mantle is
Yeah,
spell
I-
protection.
I guess this is not a spell per se.
Enchantment.
Wisdom saving
so,
throw.
Unless it's
Yeet.
enchantment, then no.
That'll be a 15.
Okay. And
Is it
Vigil?
with that with a +3 vigil bonus?
18.
That will be a 10 there, Chief.
Okay. Those are both successes. Vigil.
Oh,
Oh, good.
You are both hit by the despair of this place. It is empty. Because there's now something supernaturally so that just rushes through you. But the two of you, for now, manage to keep your composure. Enzo doesn't notice a thing.
I do not like this place.
Or to build a vacation home here. Here, I can't talk.
Okay,
Turns fine.
Dresden's fine.
Okay.
Man with that much charisma?
There is
No way.
one color you can see, and it's emanating a faint glow, which is actually the canal underneath. It looks drained, like the water level's a few meters lower. But where should be water and a thin trickle down its center is a trail of this quite viscous, or more viscous than water at least, green liquid that has kind of this yellowy green, and it is emitting a faint dim light. Otherwise, the world seems grey and eerily silent.
Deep questions. Sorry, Anton, you were about to say something and I was going to interrupt you.
I had a few questions too, so I guess let's just go one at a time. You said we're in a skeletal ruin. It seems to be a ruin, like urban area, like a city maybe?
Yeah,
Or...
I mean, I would say it would not take. You would realize this is a strange mirror of a cocoon.
Okay, that was going to be my
Yep.
next question.
Yeah, it is like take 10 seconds, look around. Oh, hang on a minute. You recognize street layouts.
So, where did we jump in? We were in the Floridian Sheen, right? We were in one of the rooms of the Floridian Sheen.
Mm-hmm.
So this is
The
Mirror
upside
World.
down. Yeah.
Yeah. Where's the Demogorgon? Where? That's something different in this setting.
Second question: what era is the architecture here? What part of when is Sunken Cocoon here?
That is an interesting question. The building you are in, at least the area you're in, seems fairly contemporary to when you left.
Mm-hmm.
However, the city beyond is a kind of patchwork. So the bones of the old elven city stab through the sky in tall, broken and cracked, splintered towers. In places surrounded by fetid, this kind of swamps of this fetid green liquid, sunken temples and structures that seem far older form foundations for those above.
Do they mirror the stuff we saw underground when we were rooting
Yes.
around? Okay, so this is like potentially Mershulk's perception of the world as it is, but he's seen the building we're in through Enzo. Because the last time this guy was out was probably a really long time ago. I think we're in a memory.
There is one other notable difference, which is to the north, where you'd expect the skyline to be clear. There appears to be it's a silhouette on the black sky, but it is a large hill, not quite a mountain, but it is distant to the north.
A hill?
Overshadows the whole city.
General history on that?
Sure.
18.
So as you aware, there's never been any claim of a hill or reference of a hill.
It's odd.
What is that?
I don't know. That shouldn't be there.
Maybe this is what maybe it's what his patron desires for the future.
No. Look, see, that's the Elven Ruins, and that's the swamp, and that's all the... This is really weird.
I'm gonna, I guess, experiment time. I cast Mage Hand. How's magic in here?
The Mage Hand summons.
I'm gonna have it go into the canal and pick up a little bit of this green liquid, and I want to examine it as close as I can without touching it, using a Mage Hand to scoop it up.
Okay.
Do you want a vial?
Oh, let's see what it is first.
Yeah, sure.
If it's poison, sure. If it's shit, then I don't need it.
By the time your Mage Hand has returned to you, the magic that makes up the Mage Hand, is ragged, and you can see this liquid has been eating away and dripping through the Mage Hand, eating away at it. But it's kind of still cupping some, but it does seem to have been damaging your Mage Hand.
Can I get in close and sort of visually examine this liquid?
Yeah, sure. I guess medicine or survival or nature.
Everyone take a hero point. Medicine, survival, or nature. Wow, I'm really strong at all those skills.
You and me both.
It's a 10.
Well, definitely not edible.
Correction, it is edible once.
Only one.
It is edible.
Oh, you kind of got me there. Yeah, it's definitely extremely, extremely toxic.
It's eating at your magic. I've never seen anything do that before.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow that up with a minor illusion. It'll just be, I don't know, minor illusion of a bunch of fruit falling into the canal. Does it affect?
You conjure other fruit, they splash into the liquid, and then begin to be eaten away.
Enzo,
Your illusion's
illusion a reality here.
for you.
You remember your words before of reality is an illusion?
The Mage Hand's
Perhaps
not an
that's more
illusion.
literal here.
The Mage
Well,
Hand's not an illusion.
No, but it is.
The liquid dissolves magic.
It's a different school of magic than minor illusion, though. I think it's conjuration. I don't remember it.
Mage Hand is conjuration. I'm looking at it right now. Now,
Oh.
technically, in this world, both those spells are probably shadow magic. And maybe shadow magic. Try a spell on it, Soren.
Yeah.
Is it just like
Sure.
liquid of dispel magic, or is it something with my magic?
Well, I'll try evocation then. Dancing lights into the goo.
Okay. The torches. Oh, the torch lights. It is strange that the apples actually splashed with the liquid. Even as illusions, that shouldn't have happened. The torches do not have any kind of physical interaction like that, though once they touch the liquid, they do begin to splutter before going out.
Alright.
Okay, so we have both of your types covered, perhaps something of mine.
Well. That's really odd.
Vigil will... It is a fun science experiment, don't try it at home. Vigil will try and run Ray of Frost across the thing and see if it actually affects it, or whether it burns away the cold of it. See if I can freeze any small section of it.
There is a magical conflict. There are kind of energies that put off as the two forces impact. But the liquid wins out.
Alright, let me try necromancing. Hang on. Chill touch. That skeletal hand reaches into the goo. I'm not really attacking anything, but see what it does.
The bones are eaten away.
And so, try... Well, I don't want us to waste energy messing with this liquid, but I think we should not stand in that. That's probably the dumbest thing I've said in about 3 years.
Enzo's moved on from the liquid.
Though, I
Let
agree we
me-
should probably keep moving.
Enzo, do you mind getting me a vial of that? Just for... Enzo?
Yeah, pass me the vial.
Yeah, here. I don't have Mage Hand here. And I hand you a fairly, like, sizable, like, quartz glass vial.
I'll send a mage hand to grab a vial of the liquid, and knowing my mage hand will dissolve, I'll quickly have it drop it off on the ground.
Yeah, they're flat-bottomed.
It's all yours. I just sort of gesture with my actual hand to it.
Thank you. I'll put the cork in it and put the wax seal back over and kind of hold it up and look at it. If I'm holding it, does it hurt me? Like, is it eating through the glass, or is it
I'm
alright?
not seem to be reacting to glass.
Alright.
I assume the glass has been made chemically.
Hey, Owen. I am in the real world always wearing a... Not the real world, I mean the... the Yoranta world.
I was gonna say, what?
Always wearing a mask of many faces to make myself shorter, to disguise my pinky finger that I cut off.
That is not currently applied.
Okay.
Oh.
When I gesture to the vial on the ground, I gesture with my left hand and you see that I have 4 fingers.
When did you lose that? And when did you get taller?
Questions for another time.
Dren steps forward and whips a finger out. Finger gun. A blast of a searing white-hot flame collides with the liquid. There is a greater conflagration of energies smashing into each other. The liquid does briefly begin to kind of bubble and burn. When a smirk crosses his face before the slow-moving liquid kind of moves on and just drenches the flames that we're beginning to take.
Oh no,
Fire doesn't even take Dominion here.
that's weird.
Well,
Okay.
we've established Mershulk's piss dissolves magic.
Dissolves anything except illusion magic, actually.
No, it literally dissolved my minor illusion.
The fruit
know.
dissolved, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
the fruit dissolves.
But
It just
the
actually
illusion
black
itself seems
liquid.
strangely solid. Okay.
Yeah, illusions work differently, but the liquid it just dispels all illusions.
Alright, well, that's fascinating, and I would like this for further study. Plink into the box it goes.
Enzo has moved on. After I handed you the mage hand vial, I turned away from the canal. So we're in a shadowy version of Akun. There's probably buildings and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk up and touch a wall.
It is cold to the touch.
It's feel like stone? Or, you know, whatever it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Can I... So here's my theory. As, I think, a player and as Enzo. Everything here is made of shadow. I am a shadow caster, sort of. I literally have shadow spells. Can I, like... If I focus on it, try to manipulate anything? Can I move things around?
Make me a charisma check with proficiency.
Okay, okay.
The kind of force of your
Okay, World Shaper, here we go.
will over this realm around you.
Enzo buys a World Anvil subscription and takes it far too literally.
We're gonna roll persuasion, because that is charisma with proficiency. Say 21.
Persuade the world around you to bend to your will.
Shadow bending.
There's some blood bending.
So the color leaches from the stone, and it's kind of left as a almost like a wire frame. The edges of this kind of glass-like block, catching what light there is here. And you have the sense that you could manipulate that shape slightly. You can essentially cast sort of cantrip levels or mold earth effect.
Okay.
Um,
I have a constant prestidigitation active here. Sort of.
So you reckon if there's rough ground, you could probably solidify it or make, flagstones crack and.
But I couldn't like make a hole in a wall or something.
Might take a while.
Right. Well, I
yeah,
brought
pretty
you.
much.
I
Sort
brought
of
you
the
here.
shape water, mold earth, control flame cantrips, those sort of elemental. What would affect the elemental world around you? You can essentially use those here.
Wacky.
Well, as Enzo turns to you and goes, "Well, I've brought you to a strange place. Soren takes us to his parents' house. I take you to places like this."
This is more interesting and less liable to get us. Well, I say killed, but
And I'd say less
We're coming
awkward.
down the road.
Ah, shit.
Leading it.
I spin.
3 size of a large, like a medium-sized dog-sized creature, bipedal, and it's essentially they look like 3 running mouths, with large, glassy, pupilless eyes slapped on kind of where their shoulders would be.
Excuse me?
Their flesh is pallid, leathery, and wrinkled, and they are making the most pathetic noises that any of you have heard as the 3 scamper down the street.
I'm sorry, did you say running mouths?
Vigil draws his sword.
Pretty much. They're, again, on the street below, but they don't seem to be aware of your presence, and they are running.
What the? What the fuck?
Vigil just slowly draws his sword. Not really sure, just like, what?
I'm glad I left Glimmer back in the other.
They stop at a junction further up. You see one kind of lean back, and its mouth opens a good kind of 120 degrees.
Oh no.
Oh.
And some kind of cry before they turn and run over a ruined bridge. And you see them leaping from kind of rock to stone.
Did they not notice us, or did they see us and not care?
They do not appear to notice you.
What is that? Do I have any idea?
Nope.
Whoa. Alright.
Mouths, more humanoid or more serpentine?
Neither, just bestial. From what you can see, like multiple rows of teeth.
So it really is that meme picture I linked. Huh.
Is it like
From
the
Starfinder.
guy? The guy, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, that without the arms.
Oh, okay.
And the eye on the side of the head.
I can't believe that's accurate. That's horrifying.
Angry tribbles.
I have no idea what the fuck that was.
Maybe if we scream at it, we'll assert dominance.
Which way are we headed?
I don't know. This is Enzo's gig.
Enzo's domain, sort of.
First time here for me as well. That I remember anyway.
Wasn't the last time we went through your shadow gate quite different? Well, no, we didn't go through your shadow gate. We went through a dream of yours.
We went through a mirror, and we were in a crystal cave,
Right. This is Wireless
which I
wasn't.
assumed was sort of like where it's bound. I think we're in a different plane now. Isn't there? There's an ethereal over the material. Isn't there a shadow plane as well?
There is. There's the ethereal and the deep ethereal, as far as I know.
Soren, you would be aware of the realm known as, what's sometimes called the Shadowfell, the Plane of Shadows. The Realm of
Right.
Shadow.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're in the plane of shadow.
It's like the opposite of the Feywild.
It's the upside down.
So is this
I-
feasibly is this feasibly Shadowfell?
Matches the description of what you've read.
Yeah, alright. I convey this.
Thought so. I look at the hill real closely. First of all, is it stationary?
Yeah, into you. Maybe a perception check.
Did you say the hill is calling to you?
The hill's. Oh, that's a natural one.
It's Hill and Horizon, man. It's hard to tell.
What's she looking at?
Well, the hill is the most different thing about our surroundings. I think it's where we're supposed to go.
Can I have a look at it as well?
Sure.
Right. Yeet. 18.
Watching over the next couple of minutes. Yeah, no, that you swear that the top crest of that hill is raised maybe about a centimeter on the horizon.
And so I think it's moving.
I had a hunch it might be.
That way?
Do you assume the hill is likely a creature waiting?
Maybe the back of a serpent?
Maybe we've got an
Yes.
appointment.
Oh boy. It's my favorite. Appointments with eldritch entities.
It is a large hill, steep-sided, but it takes up about a third of the horizon.
And you said, Owen, it took 5 of my charges to summon the Shadow Gate, but I can head back once, right?
Yeah.
So the charges aren't used, but I just have a one-time return.
I would say so. Otherwise, it'd be a very
got a bus ticket.
useless thing. Yeah.
Well, I unrolled flying carpet. Just because we're here, I see no reason not to use what's at our disposal.
Yeah, I'll flip out my broom.
Fly
Might as well
low,
explore
see what.
things. Vigil climbs
Yeah.
aboard.
Let's see what we can see on the streets. Let's fly low over the rooftops.
Yeah, right.
If we see anyone moving, I'm very curious as to who they are, what they might be.
Enzo, I don't really know anything about this place at all, just so you know. We're very much out of my arcane depth. I know it exists, and that's about it, I think.
Okay.
I know nothing about the shadow.
It's shadowy and a bit spooky.
As you move to fly low over the streets, once you get down to like a story above, the streets aren't as empty as they first appeared. Hard to tell, but there are countless forms overlapping one another, meeting, mixing, melding. Just flickers of the faintest kind of shadowy impressions of people all over, filling the street.
Owen,
Sometimes one or two in particular seem deeper, darker, and more physical than the others, but that flickers away. Yeah?
if I look back towards the Floridian Sheen and our window, can I see us?
No.
Okay.
Also quite strange is now you've left the Sheen, you turn around and look, and from the outside it appears to be some form of elven, maybe some kind of elven mansion.
Alright.
Interesting. So this is either as a past version or, like you said, it's maybe like Marshalk's idea of what a coon looks like now.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe both.
Like, that's interesting. That has good ramifications.
Wait, why?
Because it means Marshalk doesn't know.
Oh, yeah.
If he like was constantly watching through my eyes, then he'd know exactly what a coon looked like. It means his senses are quite limited.
Well, I mean, it makes sense because he is sealed away. Like, he's contained. I think he only gets shadows of the real world. Oh.
This whole time I've been thinking that every move of mine is being watched.
Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look
Perhaps
like
here that is a thought that is accurate. If any place is likely to be so, I'd imagine here it would be.
it. It's probably its realm, so it has more power here than back there.
Anywhere else.
Actually, that raises some interesting questions. If this is a Shadowfell, Eidolon usually stem from Yoranta. Other entities, we don't really classify them as Eidolon. We call them demons or fae or devils. Makes me wonder if Mishak wasn't an Eidolon at first. And that raises a lot of questions. Sorry.
As you fly, which direction are you headed?
Straight for the mountain, or the hill.
Into the unknown.
Where the hell?
There is Soren. It catches your eye first. You're kind of flying over the streets. You're currently heading over kind of a block that's just riddled with alleyways. Up on a it's kind of a flat rooftop that has access. There is a shadow that flickers like the others, curled in a corner. As you come over, the shadow is flicking darker and darker before it is a human form of pure black, and with a piercing cry, the shadow kind of squeals, condenses, and clawing with its two little feet, one of those small wretched creatures pulls its way into existence, lands, kind of
Oh
before finally looking
no.
around and scuttling over a rooftop. It trips at the top, sliding down the shadowed slates before plunging to the ground and impacting onto the street below.
Oh god.
either into sort of a bit of canal where you can see some of that acidic liquid does splatter onto it and begin to eat away. And it kind of splishes and splashes away into the muck.
Hey, Enzo?
Hmm.
I don't think we should stay here for too long.
Hey, Owen.
Right.
Random question. Do we have shadows? In this place, do we have shadows ourselves?
Looking around, not particularly.
Okay.
It's hard. It's kind of ambiently lit from all angles. There doesn't appear to be a sun or a moon or a star or anything.
I think if we stay too long and actually succumb to the frankly dire atmosphere in here, we might become like them. Shadows and then nothing. I think you'll be alright because you're real here, but the rest of us aren't.
You know why I'm real here, right? Because the fake me is out there. We were swapped.
I'm sorry, what? The fake you?
You're made of glass in this realm. You're made of flesh and blood in the real world.
Right.
I'm made of glass in the real world and flesh and blood here. I'm the wrong way around. My two bodies were swapped. I need to get it back. Or I'll be a fucking glass man for the rest of my life.
And that's why you want to put the shards back together.
Well, that's...
You're trying to use it as a bargaining chip.
Sure. Yeah, I guess.
Because, I actually had been meaning to ask you, Enzo, what's your plan here? Not that...
I don't often have plans. As thorough as you might expect.
Alright. Phew, that's a lot of questions. Are you hoping to strike a bargain with this individual, this Mershalt creature, to get your body back? Because, you don't really know how you're gonna do that, do you?
No. To
Okay.
even begin to strike a bargain with it, I'd have to know what it wants, and I frankly don't. I guess it wants to escape, but...
Yeah, I'd been meaning to ask you if it ever told you who sealed it away and why.
You've left the main island of the city behind you, now flying over the bay between it and what's called the Old Island. Or the Old Colony.
It did tell me that, didn't it, Owen? I believe the Yuan-Ti betrayed Marshal and sealed him away. Was it specifically followers of one of them?
Wasn't
Or
it
just...
Seth? Sealed
Uh,
at death.
Seth created the Yuan-Ti who betrayed Marshal and sealed him away, saying my notes.
so Mashalk was the kind of the beginning, the creator. Mashalk told you that cultists of, I believe, Dendar and those that would come to be known as worshippers of Seth betrayed him and locked him away. And from him they pulled the entity that would become Seath, the Sibilant Death.
Gentlemen, as important as this conversation is, might I suggest we held it out of this realm?
Oh, good point.
He has no need for scrying, I imagine.
Something happening down there in the swamp.
What? Look down.
There are 3 shades kind of adrift above the swamp. You realise, based on how one sat, they are maybe in a rowboat. One of the shades is kind of locked into a rowing movement. The second shade stands behind the third. The three stop as two of the shadows grow darker and darker before both forming black and leaping at each other. And in that dark midnight black mass, you hear a roar beginning to build. This roar gets louder, and it sounds as if it's coming. They're about maybe 500 feet away. It sounds like it's coming from right next to you. As in a similar to before, but this time it's two kind of hooked, fleshy appendages rip at the edges of these humanoid forms, tearing a void within them, and two heads melted together. No real neck, almost this waxy body rips through, both roaring in unison before it falls about 20 feet into the swamp below, sinking up to its ankles. Both heads pull in different directions, and the flesh between them begins to tear and rip as this kind of thick, it's not blood, but just like ooze leeches and starts rolling down the body, and it starts furiously ripping and tearing its way through the mud towards the city to the south. And it's just a traveler.
Did it end up with two heads or one?
It's still got two heads, although they're kind of slightly flopping
Kind of
over
fused
each
together.
shoulder.
It's odd.
That reminds me. Having watched all that as we probably in silence just watch this thing happen.
Yeah.
After about half a minute or so, it definitely calms down in its motions and begins just trudging. And you can just make out words spoken in common. It's not shouting. The two heads seem to be conversing. You can hear that they're talking.
I listen.
Okay, paying attention. They both have, you think, aconite accents, but it's kind of hard to make out through their kind of waxy, melted mouths. I don't know why we were so angry. No anger anymore. But I did kill you. I killed you first. Let's find something. I will. Something to cook and smash. Yes. South. I feel more to the south. You all hear another cry you recognize as something from one of those tiny, wretched creatures. Echo from behind, and you can hear it from a far further distance than you'd expect. The two heads immediately snap onto it. The calling. Yes, let us follow it. I said we should follow it. But I said it fast! And it starts kind of ripping into itself as it shambles towards the city to the south.
What the hell?
Is that the way we came from?
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
Yeah.
I think we should hurry. I have a suspicion that these things know where we were.
No, it was chasing the.
One
But
head
they were heading that way
acted
initially, I
like
think.
your flying carpet. Them, the flying folks. They come here and fly above us with impunity. And it starts getting very, very furious.
Let's go, please.
Haven't we seen something like this before?
It does seem really oddly familiar, yes, why?
In the house, the creature of despair.
Oh,
Is this one
Oh.
anger?
The house that, those people Palmyra were looking for.
On the island.
The island, yeah. No, hang on. I don't remember what that was.
Not the session 1 through 5 islands, to be clear.
No.
The
it
session
was,
22 to
28.
26 in Dankwater or whatever.
Page 100.
No one knows what we're talking about.
You go into the abandoned district
Yeah.
of Greenwater, now colloquially known as Dankwater, where you were hunting down the previous agents of Palmyra, and you
There's a
found
shadowy-
them kind of trapped. And yeah, there was this a creature with kind of bone-spurred legs and harpoon-like limbs, where it would
Yeah.
essentially fire a bony harpoon at you, ripping from its own flesh.
It's grieving.
That was wailing and grieving
Yeah.
in its loneliness. I would say the creatures you've seen have a similar kind of almost uncanny valley attempt at looking humanoid. And that they're almost there, but there's always something quite distinctly wrong.
Well, okay. Oh, and would Soren know that the Shadowfell is a bad reflection of the Feywild, or... Because Rune knows that. I'm not sure if Soren knows that. But his best friend was a Fey for
Less
ages,
a bad
so...
reflection of the Feywild, but Soren would be aware that both the Feywild and the Plane of Shadow are reflections of the material
Okay.
kind of sphere, the material plane. Whereas the Fey could loosely be described as everything taken to its positive extreme to the point of danger.
Hmm.
The Shadowfell is the opposite of that. It's everything taken down. It is a festering pit of negative emotion and... Not negative. It is the negatives of the Feywild's positive, though both are to such an extreme that they are equally dangerous in different ways.
As we continue flying, Enzo speaks up.
Yeah, hit the old island at this point.
Okay. We're approaching the palace.
Yeah,
Palace.
Is the mountain still way far off, or is the mountain like on this island?
it's further.
Huh. Maybe it's... Oh, it's beyond the city. So, Enzo says... I must admit, I generally know what Soren and Vigil are going to do by now. But you, I turn to Dren, are the unknown here. What are you going to do when... if we find... my master?
Well, so I'm looking around with a slight look of concern on his face. Like I said, I'm here to offer a negotiation. My master has reason to believe he can come to some kind of understanding with yours.
Has your master told you what you have available for bargaining?
Well, some of it. I don't know what I get there.
Are you going to summon your master or an aspect of him?
Oh,
I hope
no.
not.
Cold Lord's far too busy for the likes of me to be pilfering his form like that. No.
I see.
Just Kind of taps his head under the brim of his hat. You told me what I need to know, just didn't tell me how to recall it until such a poignant occasion as discussion itself.
I'm gonna get on the earpiece, and I'm gonna
Stop,
say,
sir. It prevents the more conniving types from tricking it out of my hair noggin.
Good security measure.
I'm gonna say on the earpiece. First of all, I think this is a safe way to communicate where Marshall can't listen,
Hopefully.
because it's our thoughts. Second of
Good
all,
idea.
Dren only took 2 gold to help us with a pretty dangerous matter, which means he really wants this to happen.
Right.
Which means, third, let's see this negotiation and try to learn as much from it as possible.
Okay.
About both entities.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
No, I'm on board with this.
Okay.
Let it play out.
Agreed.
Alright.
As you pass over the Palace of Eyes, it is strangely the same palace. It is not an older building. It is no. It looks worse for wear, but it's not quite in the same state of ruin. What's slightly disturbing is the 320 or so eyes, each carved unique, that circle the outside arches of the palace, are all in full color and animated.
Mm-mm. And-
Okay.
Isn't that the seat of politics and military power in Sunken Lagoon?
Yes.
Yeah, it makes sense that it's a place of despair.
But the eyes
Ah.
are full color.
Huh.
And are roving around.
What sort of eyes did they look like to me? They're human or
All eyes.
Everything,
There
yeah.
are cat eyes, eyes that kind of like there was one you remember seeing that had like 3 slitted pupils. That was a bit. Ugh. There's basilisk eyes, chimera eyes, dragon eyes, rat eyes, fish eyes, goat eyes.
3-slitted is the monster energy eye, I think. Yeah.
I mean, sure, if they want to pay for the ad space, then
Mm-hmm.
they can take it. And yeah, it is different to its surroundings.
We're headed north, right?
Yes, north, because now you can sort of see. Now you're past the city; it's no longer blocking. There is an enormous kind of delta web of essentially just this kind of this green liquid, this green toxic water flowing, winding its way through what would be in the normal world the edges of the Heartlands jungle. Here they are kind of crystalline skeletal fingers almost puncturing out of the earth into the sky, but with the same density as the jungle trees and growth.
Hey, Enzo.
It's a good thing you have a carpet, otherwise it would be a fucking nightmare to walk through.
I have a theory. I'm speaking out loud.
Yeah.
Well, in the Feywild, distances and time space and all of that doesn't work properly. And I'm thinking that we might have the same issue here, that the distances aren't right. Nothing's right. Those creatures below us were quite a distance away, but it sounded like they were screaming right next to us. I think this place is a little non-Euclidean.
The hill does seem closer.
Okay.
So, distances are not what they seem here. Just keep that in mind. That's how I got lost in the Feywild.
That hill is now filling about half of the horizon.
Okay.
It's starting to kind of get taller. and quite oppressive in the shadow. It's well, not casting, but it's its presence in front of you. Unless anyone does something, the next 20 or so minutes, the carpet isn't flying at super speed, unfortunately, with the four of you on it.
3. I'm on broom.
Oh, you're on
Yep.
broom. It's more of a... You're not slowed down by any of the terrain rather than the carpet itself being especially fast. But it's about 20 minutes. The hill gets bigger. You are definitely approaching it. Can Vigil and Sauron make me wisdom saving throws again, please?
Yeah, sure.
Oh boy.
A 10 succeeded last time, so I'm feeling pretty good for you guys.
18.
Yeah.
23.
Okay, you all succeed. It's like a pressure. You felt it when you first came here, and it's been building as you've been getting closer. Of just a strange cocktail of despair, apathy.
God, this feels like
Negative
finals.
thoughts being amplified. And you're having to sort of actively push them back. You see
Vigil
Dren...
grimace.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, you see Vigil grimace as you keep going further on. He just like shakes his head.
You
This
alright?
place.
Yeah, no, I don't like it either. I look at Enzo and Dren, actually. How are they doing?
This was very quiet and thoughtful.
Dren has taken the beaded... well, now it's not off his hat. It looks kind of more like a loose hanging necklace of some kind of decorative jewelry. He's holding it in his hand and
Prayer
just running
beads?
bead through bead. He's currently using them kind of like prayer beads. He's just moving through bead by bead. Looking around, there is a look of anger on his face. And he's just muttering to himself, but too quietly to be overheard. It's very much a personal thing. He's just focusing, moving bead by bead, alternating blue to orange, blue to orange.
Oh, he'll have Vigil bonus as well, so we got 13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't fail, but he's just
Yeah.
close to the edge, so it's kind of he's having to actively again just find some ritual to keep himself stable. You are now quite. Let's say about what? How high are you flying off the surface? Given you are flying over essentially a river of this poisonous water that looks to be about a mile wide there and a mile wide there.
100 feet?
Okay. Yeah, so you're coasting 100 feet. Looks like there's a small island up ahead. And it's kind of a break in that dim green light. Until you get closer and you realize it's not an island but a boat with creatures on it. Only one of them you vaguely recognize. The others, there are some that seem similar. The boat itself is about maybe kind of 30, it's like a small longboat.
Oh, hang on.
It is about 30, 40 feet long, about 10 feet wide. At its back is a solitary humanoid figure clad in robes and a cloak. What kind of looks like a punting pole that don't give a shit about the water or its corrosive nature. Is kind of being pushed into the water. That was currently held steady. There is a flicker of kind of a burning ember-like light coming from under the hood. And the tip of the pole is smoking and burning with a flame that is illuminating just the boat and spilling out slightly onto the river. The other creatures on the boat, however, seem familiar to a creature you've seen before. Their metallic bodies, the firelight is playing off them and glittering, and their language is one of buzzes, whirls, and beeps.
Oh my god, are those Modrons?
They appear to be Modrons, yes.
Why are there Mordrons here?
What the fuck?
They appear to be doing some kind of test on the river. You see one, and they take what looks to be a foot-long pole that just extends and extends and extends, and they turn it, and it goes. Doesn't seem to be affected by the river. They pull it out. The river seems about 40 feet deep here. You see one. One which has a metal plate, kind of with a finger.
This Foley is amazing.
There are about a dozen or so of these creatures. 8 are spherical, with 4 looking like they're on guard, the other 4 performing menial tasks. There are 2 that are like the ones you've seen.
The little boxes
they
with the
are-
legs, the spidery
Yeah,
friends.
so two halves of a cube with legs and arms. One of those is doing the writing and paying attention to the other, which is doing the test. And then there is an inverted triangle-based pyramid with a single eye and mouth on each face, 2 legs coming from each face, and an arm coming from each face. That one face is talking to the sort of humanoid entity on the boat, and the other 2 seem to be issuing orders.
Fucking weird. You want to go say hi?
It is a very strange scene.
I have no words for this place.
Yeah, well, I mean... I kind of want to go see what they're doing, but I feel like maybe that's a bad idea.
We can.
Well,
If you want.
I can go down if you want to keep...
No, well, is Soren's carpet faster than... Or, sorry, Soren's broom faster than our carpet?
It's
It is,
40.
right?
Someone on his own on it, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I
Interesting.
say, go check it out. And, catch up to us.
Yeah,
I don't
just...
want to lose time, but...
Yeah, just don't go too far, alright?
Yeah,
I'll-
you'll catch up to us.
I will drop down out of the sky, and kind of approach the boat from a broad angle to make sure that the boatman sees me, so I don't like sneak up on them because that seems rude.
Okay. As you approach, you see the boatman indicate to the triangular Modron of your approach. The Modron's 3 eyes all go wide with panic. It barks some orders. And suddenly they all gather at the center of the boat, where one of them unfurls what looks like some kind of net made of very, very fine metal threads. Hucks it up into the air, it spreads, covers them, and they disappear.
Oh. Whoops. Sorry. I didn't, mean to interrupt. Do you speak common?
it says back to you in Infernal.
Oh. Alright.
I speak many tongues. If you require.
I will swap to Infernal. No, actually, I'm sorry. I was just wondering what you were all doing here.
They paid for passage. I am but the boatman.
Right, okay. Do you frequently take people up this river?
I can travel all waterways. Should you pay the price?
All waterways, like here in the shadow, or everywhere?
All.
And what is your price?
To be negotiated. But wealth shall suffice. Yeah?
Could I get a description of the boatman again? And do I recognize him?
It is a humanoid figure about 7 feet tall, clad in what looks like scraps of leather and cloth, kind of swathing the figure, and a long cloak trailing behind, ragged and hood pulled over the head. It's hard to really make anything else out from where you are on the carpet. Soren, up close, you can see that this creature does have flesh and skin, though that flesh and skin is pallid. And what you can see of the face, kind of just like the jaw and mouth and nose from under the hood, it kind of looks like mummified flesh over a skull. But with 2 points of burning light in the eye sockets.
Well,
Do I have
let's see.
Do I have any recognition for what it is?
Actually, do I
No.
either? And I have no idea, right?
No, these are creatures you would not have read of.
Okay.
I don't actually need your services. I can get around just fine on my own, but I did have some questions.
I can only answer what is free to give.
That seems perfectly fair.
And cocks the head at you and the hood falls across the face.
Do you know of the serpent entity that lives up the river?
Ah, yes.
Well, I figured you did, but... Why was it imprisoned, do you know?
No.
Right. Just out of curiosity, if we need to find you for some particular reason, is there a way we can call you? You know, get stuck, flying things don't work, that sort of thing.
It reaches a hand, taking it from the pole into its own mouth. And you can see, yeah, definitely mummified, like it is just literally skin and bone.
Mm-hmm.
Reaches in its
Ew.
throat, and you kind of hear the jaw crack open as it reaches down and down its own gullet,
Uh-huh.
pulling forth a single gold coin.
What would you like in exchange for that?
Throws it up to you.
I don't catch it. What's your price before I touch that?
Just before it hits the water, it reappears in his hand. Throw the coin into where You wish to travel, and I shall appear if you have the price to be negotiated.
Can I set a price beforehand?
If you know from where and to you wish to travel.
Fair enough. Thank you. I will take your coin.
Yeah,
I catch it.
that's a good throw.
Do you have a name to call you by?
You may know me as. Pauses, thinking. The
Barry.
boatman.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Peaceful travels. I may see you in the future, and I'll zip back up to the carpet.
The best impression of a laugh. Wishing of peaceful travels.
Reason to be rude. And Soren comes back to the carpet, holding the gold coin, kind of looking at it. Is it just a coin? Does it have any
It
markings
is
on
a
it?
gold coin, slightly larger than the ones you're used to.
Mm-hmm.
And it's old, if you imagine like an old hammered Roman coin.
Mm-hmm.
It's not nowhere near perfectly circular. On one side, there is sort of embossed a eyeless. Well, it's a skull. I suppose all skulls are eyeless.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other is an oar.
Alright.
And runes that they use the infernal script, but they seem to be neither abyssal nor infernal
I can't
language.
I can't read them, right?
No, but I mean, might be able to work it out sometime.
Okay.
They're letters and scripts that you've seen in various kind of summoning and conjuring and such.
Ah, alright.
The exact wording unknown, but the intent is clear.
I will put the coin in with my belongings and return to the carpet, like, to hover next to it. Hello. Infernal.
Find?
What?
Hello.
What'd you find?
Hang on, resetting. And then in common. No, sorry, that's a... Oh, that was weird. So, the Modron down there apparently paid that boatman figure to take them up the river to do their experiments, I suppose, but, and I hold up the coin briefly and then...
Now you are far enough away, they are back on the boat.
Yeah, I don't think they like being interfered with, but, Anyway, he says that he can traverse all waterways. And I asked him if it was just specific to here in the shadow, and he said no, he said all waterways. And he said that if, you call him, he'll take you where you need to go for a price. Now, I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, but I'm also not about to use this. He said, you can set a price determined if you know where you're going and where you're coming from. But I figure if we get stuck here, something happens. If we get stuck somewhere else, you know, always good to have an
Well.
exit.
Wish you had 2 coins.
There, I suppose you could go ask him for one. Sorry, that's infernal.
I know, I
was
can
about to say,
understand.
why are you
that.
speaking my tongue?
Do you know I get stuck in it sometimes? I start with one language and then it just sort of... Look, when you speak 5 languages
Yeah,
on
you
top
were
of
out
each other...
there. You talk like someone that's been taught. Oh, fancy that.
Yes, I learned it out of
Very
a
true,
book.
his accent is academic.
Soren just literally does this on the broom. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a
Remarkable.
wizard.
Dren has the same accent in Infernal as he does in Common.
Yeah, so does Vigil. It's almost like it's his native tongue.
That's fucking weird.
His grammar's a little bit odd. It's almost like he's trying very hard to keep the accent in Infernal.
It's very good. I'm looking forward to when it breaks.
Well, now. I'm talking the devil tongue.
Stop! It's time to
I'm
stop!
I'm waiting until he just turns into the TF2 engineer.
Yeah.
You know, just like a damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
Y'all want to try a bottle of my finest moonshine?
Oh my god. Stop!
I nearly inhaled the water. Holy shit.
Wouldn't be the same if you weren't from the south.
It's the best part.
Oh my god!
Howdy, y'all.
I swear to god, I'm about to take y'all down and kill all you.
Rune, take 2d12 psychic damage.
Yeah, hang on, let me roll that.
You leave the boatman and his passages behind.
But you didn't find out what the Modrons were doing, right?
1 and 8. 9 psychic damage. Explains the headache I have this morning. Thanks, Owen. No, did I find out what they were doing? It looks like they were just taking measurements. I didn't get a chance to talk to them. They sort of threw a net over themselves and were like, poof! So,
Too bad. I'm more curious about them than this boatman.
oh, absolutely, myself as well.
Can we get to our destination?
Yep.
It's about 10 minutes further. Slowly following the river, winding. You approach what at first looks like an enormous cavern eating its way into the side of the hill. It is wide and deep, with most of the hill being unsupported. It's just, cave, hollowing out the hill. Two enormous stalactites descend from the roof of the cave, giving the impression of serpent fins. From each stalactite pours small twin waterfalls of this venomously green liquid, pooling into a vast swamp at the bottom of the cave that runs off towards the now distant city of Raccoon. From where you are looking south, you can see kind of this long, sickly green trail of light meandering its way across, and then the distant, sickly glowing city of Raccoon. There's a gentle breeze. Doesn't smell good. And the cave, the hill, does appear to be moving. Currently slowly expanding. Enzo,
Mm-hmm.
there is a voice within your head. You have come to me.
I respond. Actually, out loud at first. I go, I have. And then I think, I should have said that in my head.
What do you seek of me?
Mentally this time. I bring you an ally. A possible ally. Someone who wants to speak with you. And I have some questions for you myself. You gave me the tool to reach you, so I assume you were expecting this.
Indeed. Dren leans over to Vigil and goes, now, I don't want to alarm anyone, but I'm getting the distinct impression that We found our snake. And he's gonna
Yes.
look him up a bit.
Yes, we did.
Fucking huge. If this is the mouth, then this creature's head is about 2, maybe 3 miles wide.
Jesus Christ.
Oh boy!
Fun.
One could say as big as the Yoranta River, maybe?
Actually, good point.
You know what? Yeah. Seems about in scale.
Funny how that is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quick question, because Rune's brain is Swiss cheese. Didn't Mershulk want to turn everybody into Yanti?
Probably.
Ages ago, when he was showing
We all
Turk and
wanted that.
Elvis like our ascended forms or whatever, and it was like, here, you could be a snake person too! Right?
Pretty much.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
I'd steer the carpet to fly straight at the mouth.
Okay.
Great.
The sort of the nose of the serpent passes over you. The air is warm and slightly damp. Moist, humid.
Of course it is.
And so why are we entering this place? Can we not talk from outside?
No, I don't think so.
The serpent whispers out loud, deafening you all. Because a serpent this big whispering is thunderous. It goes, come deeper.
That's not ominous.
That's what she said.
Jesus Christ.
Anton.
After about a minute, Drenel. Ah, hell no. Look up, and the roof of this cave, distant, is drawing closer.
Oh no. I think
You mean like as we move, it's getting narrower, or like?
More is in the mouth of this serpent appears to be closing.
Oh,
Fuck.
fun!
Jesus Christ. I didn't sign up for Vor.
Well, if it's any consolation, I don't have teleport.
Any consolation probably won't help.
The
Good
mouth
plane shift.
Good point. Don't have that either.
closes, and the world shimmers.
Dancing lights.
Everything glitters with the reflection of the lights, as what was kind of this dark, shadowy, distant cave wall appears to be made of glass. Up ahead, there is what would be an enormous spike driving through the serpent's head, kind of erupting from the roof of its mouth and plunging down to the ground below. At its base appears to be some kind of shrine.
The spike's only visible now that we're inside.
You've drawn closer, and it's kind of with the dancing lights illuminating it. See it up ahead. The dancing lights' is kind of effective range is still the same, but everything being crystal and glass, it's kind of even distantly catching the light and kind of illuminated.
Mm-hmm. This is a spike through the head that you described as 2-3 miles wide?
Yeah, it's an enormous pillar of crystal.
Holy shit.
Oh. Wow.
I will...
It narrows to a tip that's about 30 feet wide at its base. And
I'll
it sinks into the ground.
I'll steer to that shrine at the tip.
It is a simple stone altar. The stone perhaps once yellow, but it has long since been stained black and red.
Gonna just put my hand on the stone. And I will... Okay.
As
I
you
have some...
do so, your reflection in the crystal pillar looks up, mismatching your movement. Before stepping out from the pillar onto the top of the altar and looking down at you. Ah, so you have come.
Hello, Mershulk.
Ah. We are not Mashok. We are but one of the three. We are Marshal, but we are... The master is sleepy, you understand. But we can talk, and we can awaken him if you need to converse more directly.
What do I
You're
call you?
frightened.
And don't say Enzo.
I've never been asked for a name before. Call me Nikolai.
Oh boy.
We can talk like this if you need. Shimmers and looks at Nikolai. And then in your own voice. Or Scragglenificus, but whichever one of your many guises you would rather speak with.
But you don't mean my many guises, you mean your many guises, don't you?
Oh. I would hope we are beyond that point of such trivialities.
Actually, no, I think me being me and you being you is pretty important.
Oh.
It is good you have come. The fact you have brought others is unexpected. But greetings, all of you.
Greetings.
You didn't have a form to speak with before, did you? Until you met him.
Well, we could not act. I kind of looks a bit weird at saying I. We I shall be perhaps rarely honest with you all. 3 great shards pierced the master. For countless millennia they have held him in sleep. Designed to kill him, you understand, but he was too strong. And so he slumbers, conserving his strength. Arm's got a gesture at the majesty of the size of Meshulk. Over millennia, his blood seeped into the shards. And so did parts of him that were not pained and cursed to sleep, but were awake and could act. And so I sought those who could help the master in return for powers gifted into your dream world.
Since you've been so honest with me, I'll be honest with you. I like the powers you've gifted me. It's quite nice. I'll just do like, maybe like a Eldritch Blast or something, like just a display of the shadow magic. But I don't like some of the other bargains that we've done. Often unwillingly, often through deception by your part.
Such as?
I want my goddamn body back. The glass form is not to my satisfaction, you see.
It is rather broken. You bear an Oblerith's mark.
What was that name?
Oblerith.
Oblerith. Noticeably, seem confused.
Ugh, old demon kind. Ancient. Older than our world.
Is that its name or what it's called?
Hey! A cobra is a snake.
Huh.
A kind of looks at you and like, Cypriex? He's an
Yes.
Oblerith.
Did he say you bear Oblerith's mark or you bear an Oblerith's mark?
And Obleriths.
Okay.
And
Important
Uh,
difference.
yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
hear the "and"
Explain.
part.
Explains through his own metaphor that Oblerith seems to be a type of older demon.
Right, okay.
Yeah, they're called Cybriacs now.
There are many Oblerith. No less than in ages past. Or
That is my own problem, and even if my body was real, I suspect it would have fucked me up pretty good.
we can give you a new one if you wish.
There's a pause for half a second. Enzo stumbles uncharacteristically. Instead, let's talk about what to do next. Because I'll take out the dagger. I guess I probably should have done this earlier, but is the dagger any different in here? You said in the past it's been like actual iron, right? Or
Yeah, it looks like an ancient iron ritual knife.
short sword at this point, I guess.
Yeah. It is of Yuan-Ti creation. It's kind of it's not super ridiculously wavy. There's a kind of a very gentle wave to its edge. Interestingly, the handle appears made of snakeskin, as you can imagine. Doesn't really have much of a guard, if any. There's a slight sort of metal cap for the grip. And the blade has ever so subtle kind of snake scale patterning running along in such a way that it would be slightly harder to pull out from a strike than it would be going in.
Huh. So I draw it and I say, I have assembled 2 shards. Does that mean I have pulled 2 shards from? I just sort of gesture.
In effect,
So is this the 3rd one that would complete this?
unfortunately not. It remains in your dream world.
Huh.
Oh, you're talking about the material, right?
Okay.
Ah! Yes, apologies. It all seems so real to you.
Why?
Yes, in your material world.
Right, why are you in the Shadowfell, of all places?
Well,
Why here?
this is a realm of despair and nightmares.
Yeah.
The traitors, they understood that for their own dire portents and prophecies to be fulfilled, the Master's shadow, the Night Serpent, must be fed. What better to feed a giant nightmare, hungering serpent than here, where all bad dreams become real? Or at least the really bad ones. You know, the kinds that kill people.
So is yours losing your identity then? I just looked dead at Enzo.
Who was that directed
Uh, actually both Enzos. Sure, why
at?
not?
What was it you said?
So, was your nightmare losing your identity? Or finding it?
We are under our protection. We feel uncomfortable discussing the more intimate nature of our relationship to one another among a crowd. Unless you wish to make bargain with the Master, we may become beholden to one another. I would ask that I talk to us alone. If that's quite alright.
Well, I did bring a friend here, and I point to Dren, who wishes to perhaps strike his own bargain.
Stinks of sulfur. Greetings. Greetings. We will deal with him later. We need to talk first.
If that's the order you wish, sure.
Follow me. He turns, and where there was no door, there is now a door.
I say over the earpiece, stay here.
The door in the crystal pillar reminds you of a very specific door. It is a door through which you last saw your mother go. It is the door to your old home.
Just before I step to the door, I'm going to activate the feature of the earpiece where they can hear everything I'm hearing.
Very nice.
Skype call!
Dren will kind of lean over, but anybody want something to smoke?
What?
Simply offer a cigar.
Yeah, sure.
I don't.
Well, you're a loss. Puts one in and kind of clicks his fingers in it.
Not quite. More your lungs. Although I guess in your case it's not your problem, even your nature.
No,
My
Soren
blood
said
is
he'd take
made of
one.
smoke, my friend. It is not going to do me harm.
No,
In
Soren
your
said
case,
he would
no.
take one, though. So.
Yeah, you can smoke it and look cool and not actually have it lit. That's fine.
What? Sorry, that didn't even process as English.
It is. I need to work on my poker face, so I'm just going to stand here and focus for a short while.
No, Rune's confused, not Soren. Sorry.
It's fine. He was just saying that if you want to stand there and, hold the cigar and not smoke it, he's fine. He's not going to.
I think Soren wanted to smoke it.
Yeah, he did.
He will. A little bit of hellfire.
Okay.
Nice.
That's handy. I have to say, I sort of regret not taking that bargain a little bit, but now that I know who he is, I think I'm glad I didn't, so...
Well, I found smoke tastes that a little bit more special when you just got a little hint of soul coming through.
Yeah, right.
Smiles and mutters something to the effect of, less so when it's your own, but hey ho.
Yeah.
And he moves about 20 feet away and just looks off into the darkness.
I'll keep an eye on him.
Enzo,
Mm.
you are taken through the door, and on the other side is actually a stage. It is a small theatre, one you recognise being built. It's a quieter theatre in Silspadia, and it's one where you recall spending much time in training. The seats are. At first, they look empty, but there are like the faintest spectres of people sat in them. The two of you are stood on the empty stage. So, we are alone.
Sure. As I was saying out there, I like what you've given me.
But you want your real body back.
Yes. And I want more choice.
How so?
I'm a pawn in your plans. You don't tell me a lot of things. You say, step through this door, find out what happens. I don't want to be a pawn.
Okay. You understand that we needed some form of leverage. Not everyone is so happy with our gifts. We apologize.
I'm happy to hear that.
You are. Then let me begin our new relationship with a statement of intent. We wish to prevent our dream from ending. The dream world of yours shall one day be consumed by the nightmare eater Dendar. This is not theory. This is not prophecy. This is fact. She is the end of this world. Our world. She feeds on nightmares. Nightmares are a strange thing. We have no nightmares. Only the mortal kind can have such and slight disgust, fears and emotions. So stepping closer, we would like to save them from their own failings. Mortals are imperfect. We have shown you before one way to remove that weakness, but we've learnt of another. We want to be woken so we can end Dendar's feeding, prevent her from awakening, of which she is closer than we would like. And we want your help to do it.
I must admit, if you wanted mortals to help you, if you told them that the nightmare serpent was feeding on their dreams, you could get hundreds, thousands of followers. So why is that so difficult? Are the effects not visible from our realm?
These emotions cloud your kind. They would not understand. They would only be more scared. No more fear. Have more twisted dreams. And she would only grow stronger.
There are those without fear. I have met at least one. Is there still a doorway through which we entered?
There is, yeah.
I gesture with my head back at the doorway.
We noticed. But ones like he are few and far between.
And what of this talk of getting rid of my weakness? You gave me a glass body so that I would no longer be weak. But is it really such an advantage? Has it really helped me meaningfully do your wishes, fulfill your goals?
Perhaps not. But it is broken, and we can fix it. In a way we could not do so with your flesh and blood.
I already said I don't want it fixed. I want a refund.
And we can do so. Though I should warn you, we do not see the value.
Well then, I am ripping myself off when you're getting a good deal. Why would you complain?
Because we can offer you truth.
Go on.
You've always known there was something wrong with our dream wand. Steps in close, the you being about a foot away from you.
Sure.
None of it is real, Enzo. Not a single thing. Except the power. The power is here. If you help us, we can, as it you say, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. You wake us up, and we will wake you up. Take you to where things are real. Give you a true body of flesh and blood, not some construct that you were puppeting before. There is so much more beyond. Now we are happy here. Dreaming, feeding. We can live here quietly. All was well for us once, and then the world went astray, as it always does here. But we will come round again. And the next cycle, and the next. As long as we are awake. I should explain. You've seen them, yes. I believe they are currently analyzing the river. The
Little
strange
Modrons
little
back there?
creatures. Yes. Architects. Maintenance. Making sure our little dream remains ever so truthful. We can offer you a way out.
You're saying if I find the third shard and free Mershalk, you'll wake me up.
We can take you from this dream and put you in reality, make you real. So long as we are woken and fed.
So I'm not getting my refund until I've done the last of the job for you.
We will be honest. We do not trust you.
Mutual.
We would be foolish to, as you would be foolish to trust us. But we would be happy to exchange. We can return your body to you. But we would need something.
What?
I am unsure. We felt your body was the ideal.
Ah, you're saying you need collateral.
Yes, in case you fail to follow through. Unfortunately, we have only so many gifts to give, and we have given many to you. We are locked away. Our influence in the world is limited. And we have chosen you. So we would need something to ensure that you follow through. So that I do not scratch your back and you run off without paying.
Hmm.
And we are open to ideas. We seek a mutually beneficial arrangement. You are correct. We do not think lies and deception are worthwhile anymore. You have proven yourself capable. You have united two shards more than anyone has done in a number of centuries. You know, we know where the third lies. All we must do is go claim it. And then open the window.
Enzo stares at his reflection, thinking in silence for probably like just 10 seconds. I'll think about it. I can get back here anytime.
This is true, and we can get creative. We could take your strength, your speed, though I think that would be unwise.
Huh.
Your health, your mind, your wisdom. We won't take your personality. We like you too much.
Interesting.
Or we could.
Let's try it. Strengthen. I like experiments.
Okay.
Oh, God.
After you talk to Dren out there, and after I bring my friends back through the Shadow Gate to where we came from, I'll be me again. Right?
Yes. You shall.
Good. And I've already convinced them that we're traveling along the river to find the last shard soon. So, expect results soon.
Do you intend to help us?
Yes.
Good. Because you are right, Enzo. You always have been. None of this is real. And only we understand. And only we can help you.
They really don't see it.
So few do. It is part of the greatest illusion. It makes you want to believe. And once you're there, it seems real. To them it is. But not to us. We know the truth of things, Enzo, huh? You and I.
I nod.
You may send in your companion. Though he hides his thoughts poorly. We are willing to talk.
Heck.
And you guys heard. Did they hear all of that through the listening function?
I would say yes, but it'd be like a really bad radio signal. A lot of static. But assuming the other two of you were paying attention, yes, you can make out
Yep.
the general conversation. I'm going off the assumption here that Moshelk is kind of on home turf and would be suspecting foul play anywhere but literally under his nose. And probably isn't really familiar with what you guys are using. If you were casting spells, might be able to cotton on, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was hoping that would be subtle enough to evade detection. Good.
yeah, they're literally the spy's Momo, I assume. Elder
it's
probably
like-
made them to be, but a non-detection woven in there.
It's like using a mobile phone to fool a Mayan god. Like
It's like if you're doing grand rituals of trans-spiritual communications on a,
Yeah.
manner-based level, it could probably interrupt that. But you've just gone, doop. Yeah, hi, speaker.
Yeah,
Oh,
Hello,
you have
Bob.
a metal brick. Oh no. what?
Hello,
I dialed Vigil and just left the phone on
Yeah.
call in my pocket,
Mm-hmm.
recording.
Careful, your data's gonna run out.
That's one of those strange cases where if someone were to cast sending, probably do all sorts of awful things. But
Yeah.
Trans-dimensional mobile phone calls will use up all your credit.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm
Gotta be
gonna
careful.
head back through the doorway. We're on a. Actually, before we do, once my conversation is done, I stop and look around the theater. Does it? Do I notice anything different? Is it exactly like my memory, or can I find, like an error or something?
maybe a perception check.
Sure. It's a 24.
Yoza.
Jesus. It is like a dream in that once you start studying the details, it all starts falling apart. You realize the leather chairs have no stitchings. The floorboards near you have nails, those further away do not. You're pretty sure the back wall is just a flat wall with the wood paneling painted on. Um, yeah. The parts of the room that stand out clearest in your memory are the clearest in this space. The ones that, at the time, you wouldn't have paid any attention to are blurry in this reality.
Exactly. Yeah.
When it's fuzzy.
It is made from my memory. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. I head back through the door without any more words to other Enzo, and I'm gonna call everyone in. I'm not sure if that's exactly what it wanted, but that's what I'm gonna do. And if it wants to kick them out, then it can do so.
I just
Right?
shoot you a very concerned look before I walk through the door.
Dren's turn,
Yeah.
but I'm staying, and I think you can come.
Sure, why not? This will be interesting.
Vigil wanders in. Sure. Very well.
Future.
No, sorry. You've walked into one of the student libraries.
Hey, what the fuck?
What do I see?
Oh, no, you're clearly standing in a Cavoli training barracks.
What?
This isn't real.
And Dren looks slightly haunted.
Yeah, this is where I trained.
I don't think so.
What do you mean?
I mean that I'm seeing a library, actually the library on the third floor. I spent a lot of time in here, actually. I'm just gonna perception check real quick, because I lived in here. Hold
That's
up.
wrong. That's in the wrong place. That's wrong.
No, it's in the right place.
16,
No. Like
but...
Vigil is deciding that like he never liked the layout of this place.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, this must be accurate because I hate it.
Yeah, exactly. Inefficient.
For what
Takes
it's
you a little
worth...
bit longer to kind of fully realize, sorry, but it's a similar process to what Enzo went through. It's realizing that the devil's in the detail and is absent everywhere else.
Yeah, none of these book titles are right.
Yeah, no, it's garbage. It's garble text.
And this table I accidentally dropped a knife on.
If one of you says anything to the tune of that out loud, after the first sentence, Enzo's like, "Shut up."
What? Alright.
Sorry, I meant over the earpiece.
Oh, sure. Well,
And Enzo's like, don't let on that fact. I see it too, though.
this is... I mean, this is showing me home.
You want it to think that it's real and that its magic is powerful and perfect.
But it isn't.
It's not.
I don't.
The real theater was better.
It smelled different. Always smelled like books in here. This smells wrong.
Ah? I'm sorry. The other two of you with the fire slinger?
Sort of.
Part of our
No.
deal with the fire slinger was that we would observe the negotiation.
Yep.
If this is not suitable for you, I'm afraid we'll be taking the fire slinger back home and there's no deal at all.
Very well.
Did it say favor?
Very
Says
well.
very well.
Oh, okay. No, I understand.
Are you comfortable with this arrangement? Tren the fire slinger. Well, yeah, I reckon so. You got one of yours. The redhead's one of mine. Kinda. And then that one is the stakeholder and the bounty up for grabs. I understand. Seems like a fair board for negotiations to take place in front of, by my reckoning.
A string of angry infernal goes through the spy's murmur.
Yeah.
Keep it together.
Other Enzo. Turns to you, Enzo. Hey, you, think of a shrewd negotiator. Who comes to mind, Enzo?
Palmyr.
The form shimmers.
Mm.
Ah, good. This feels more like it. I've always enjoyed a change of form. Now, let us get down to the details. What is it that your master is offering? Well, sir, our understanding is that you are a great creature who has certain understandings about the situation, and you're one who has certain desire and ambition. We have learned of an alternative way to say you're hungry and achieve your erstwhile quest to prevent the one known as the Nightbringer from bringing about her, well, eternal night, and the death of all living things thereof. As such, we propose an arrangement wherein you support us in our endeavor, and we will in turn, through the means of information and personnel assistance, aid yourself. Now we seek to claim the bounty. I think that is clear to all of us here. The bounty, I'm afraid, Lord Mershalk, is already designated. I'm afraid the Code Lord cannot allow someone from outside the Hells to claim what is already theirs. It would not be tolerated. And an act towards that would be considered an act of aggression and war against all of the nine. Okay, understood. I would not wish to make such a statement, of course. Go on. Thank you, sir. Well, as I said, the bounty is already heading south, as it were. It's just a matter of who gets to sign the dotted line on the income forms. Income? Import tax.
What's this guy?
And, well, there's quite a hullabaloo about that. Now, it's quite important to my master that he's the one that gets to put his name down on the dotted line. But, like yourself, he's one that believes in quality over quantity and has a more limited pool of resources and personnel to throw with this problem. Our methods are aligned. We would like to seek your aid in claiming the bounty. And in return, we would tell you the location and method in which to consume the heart. Other Enzo. Not other Enzo. Palmier, I guess. I's gonna. Oh, I. That isn't underneath the mask goes one who's. How do you know? My master is a wise and cunning old man. He knows many things. He knows what you seek. He also knows you do not know where nor how to get at it, and are having to resort to. No offense, but looking at you, Enzo. Help that would struggle to aid you in quite the same way. Your man here is a good blade and quick mind, but he doesn't have the most infernal trove of knowledge. Again, no offense. Seriously, co-lord, library's up to the. Whew. Give the redhead book envy, that's for sure. Right. And in return for our aid, you would what? Claim the bounty, feed your lord, on a promise that you would aid me. I've been betrayed before. That you have, but not by devil. We keep our word.
That is unfortunately true.
As long as you read the small print.
You've got time.
But, well, I'll be honest, sir, that's why they sent me. I don't do anything small. Just negotiation straight and up front. No tomfoolery. Enzo.
Just like raise my eyebrows, like what?
What are your thoughts?
Oh. I am furiously thinking about when it said you wish to consume the heart, and I'm racking my brain for what that could mean. And racing through scenarios. Also thinking whether it would be, which outcome is worse, Mishalk winning or Mephistopheles winning, so to speak.
Enzo. You hear Palmier's voice in your head. Actually, no, it would be Palmier. You hear the deep voice of Mishalk himself
Okay.
in your head. Lord Oferi. It would feed my hunger and keep the night serpent gone for all time.
The heart of what?
The Heart of Fairy.
Oh.
Is it? I don't know what that
I
is.
don't believe you heard it before, no.
Heart of Guy Fieri.
Yes.
Fairy, Fairy, sorry?
Yeah.
Okay.
Spelling vary, but yeah.
F-A-I-R. Oh, like fairy.
Okay. Yeah.
Does it want to eat the Feywild?
Fuck.
Makes sense if it's the Shadowfell.
I guess I will. If I thought something and it answered the question in my mind, I will keep thinking and asking questions, and I'll say, in my mind, obviously. So after you're free, you wish to eat this heart?
Yes.
Where? What is it and where is it? Maybe I can get started on finding it. The Fireslinger said you don't know where it is.
He is correct.
So then what is it?
I only know it would feed my hunger.
I will attempt my best to locate it for you. On the possibility that the Fireslinger lies or misleads you, or maybe it's moved.
Mashark's thoughts in your mind sort of, in an agreeing hum, drift back to slumber. He thankfully hangs up before he starts snoring.
Did we hear that? Are we still in that Skype call?
No,
Okay, we did not hear
was
that.
telepathic into Enzo's head.
It's a method. I'll tell you later, but
Yeah, okay.
Enzo, your thoughts, please.
again, me?
He's asking you in
You said
character.
you were thinking about it, and then Mashalk kind of filled in what he could. But I don't think you actually responded.
Well,
This
Marshalk
is
said,
Palmier, the not Palmier, asking. It seems like the other Enzo and Mashalk are separate entities.
yeah, I figured that. What is the current question?
The current question: what are your thoughts on what Dren is
And
offering? Which is essentially an alliance with Mephistopheles, so that Mephistopheles can claim the bounty,
and Marshalk gets the
being
heart.
and then providing aid to Mashalk.
Now that my thoughts were read just now, and I had a mental conversation, Enzo, I don't know if this is possible. This is very hard to do. It's like saying don't think about clowns, but Enzo would try to hide his thoughts because his thoughts would go to, well, Marshalk, can I pit Marshalk and Mephistopheles against each other? Can I somehow leverage one to get an edge over the other? But he'd try to conceal that.
Okay. But what do you answer?
So Palmyr, aka Other Enzo, is directly asking me
Yeah.
what my thoughts are on the deal.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I got confused.
That's
my answer will be do it. I don't think we have much to lose here. The bounty is likely to be claimed by another force anyway. We're not in a position to take it before them.
Okay. Palmier looks up and around. I would like a contingency. But upon completion of half of this contract, and the bounty is claimed. We are granted power directly by your master. I understand your ranks. Uh, well, sir, I think that kind of promotion might be. I'm not sure I have quite the authority for that kind of deal making. Well, I need some kind of guarantee more than word that you will aid us once you have your bounty. Again, we've been betrayed before. Your stakeholder here, his people, have been betrayed before by your kind. I would not be the victim of such foul play. Well, sir, now that is not exactly the situation. All contracts were followed to the letter. It was not the fault of neither my master nor his kin that negotiations and contracts were failed to be fulfilled. And that is, in fact, how we found ourselves in this predicament in the first place. You could say this is a legal contention of ownership of a somewhat failed inheritance. Right. But, well, sir, I was given the authority to make negotiations on the Cold Lord's behalf, and I think I can agree to those terms. If you so desire, we can offer you a position of such equivalent salary as what you're currently on in a sense of power, if that's what you need. I understand. Is this talking personal or like more on the grander scale? Personal. Oh, then sure. Sure, no, we can do that. Yeah, we can offer you a position in our court if you be needing. Of course, on the success of your help. And then future assistance for your cause. Got ourselves a bargain. Yes, I think we do. Why do I sign? Well, I was given this careful, hot to the touch. I don't know if you're immune to that kind of stuff. I'm a figment of an imagination, of a dream. Your flames here won't harm me. He pulls out a sheet of gold that kind of briefly touches on his clothes and sizzles. Well, if you just leave your mark on here, it will do its thing. I've been told to warn you, it will animate upon completion. I'm sure you will appreciate. So the Code Lord wants you to know. Kind of tips his hat. The other Enzo, currently in the guise of Palmea, takes the sheet, quickly glances over it, flips it, raises an eyebrow and reads the backside that he almost didn't look at, which should have a load of text. It seems satisfactory. Another crystalline shard appears in the form of a quill and etches a mark. The gold melts in his hand, wrapping around it into the form of a snake that coils, bites his palm, leaving 2 seared, burning marks. And you watch his palm. That actually hurt. Dearly struck. Very good. The snake drops to the ground, slithers back to Dren, who kind of puts a hand down, somewhat uncomfortably, and it kind of slithers up the sleeve of his coat. It's like, oh, why did it have to be snakes? Well, pleasure of doing business with you, sir. I think we're done. Enzo, you can get us out of here now. I'm happy to wake up, or whatever the hell we do to get out from here.
Gonna draw the short sword. Have another look at it because I don't get to see it like this very often.
You will find yourself a short ways out of the city from here.
Ah, makes sense, I suppose.
Such is the way of news.
Our deal is done. Your deal is done. Does anybody else have any more business?
No.
We are open to new gifts, if you desire any.
I have been looking. Tell me about your referral program sometime. But for now,
For each friend you get on board, we'll grant you 1 spell slot per week.
yep, nice. I do what I think will send me back. So Shadowgate, either attempt at casting a Shadowgate again, or just like open it somehow.
Yeah. You get the feeling like slashing at the air here with the knife.
So yeah, so it is the subtle knife. I find the little hole right there.
Kind of, with the sound of cracking glass, kind of
Book reference.
opens. Sounds
Sick.
like, well, you are a bunch of crazy as hell bastards. I'll give you that.
That's a compliment coming from a guy who's from hell.
He's not from.
Obviously,
Hey,
He's not from hell.
I'm from Lower Dust Town, I'll have you know. Born and bred.
you know more about hell than I do. So if we're crazy as
Oh,
hell
thank
coming
you.
from you,
That's true. Well, pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Snake Man. Whisper
name is
Vengeance.
Enzo. Oh,
If you must know me by a title. But, yes. Enzo will do nicely. Right, well, Mr. Enzo. Thank you, and Mr. Enzo, take me home.
I slash until I've got a square window and push the pane of glass through, and I don't look behind me. I just step through.
Soren will
Gateway is open.
be the last through.
Vigil steps through second. Fuck this place.
Cool. Dren will kind of give one last doff of his cap. And then step backwards through, refusing to turn his back on the tricksy snake man. And you all have that similar thing of kind of falling backwards until you rise up. And you are all covered in fetid swamp water
Fuck.
as you come out in a still stagnant pool. Its previously still and mirror-like surface disturbed by your appearance.
Really?
And Dren just, ah! Devils! Damn it, Enzo!
I immediately. What would I do? Well, I check to if I'm an illusion, like if I can dispel a disguise self on myself, or dismiss.
So, as you do it, you dismiss any illusions on you, and you are a normal Enzo, flesh and blood.
How many fingers on my
You
left
have
hand?
all of your fingers, and you are your normal height.
Well, I like. I imagine we like stumble through the portal and I like fell down in the swamp water. And I
Yeah.
just like roll over on my back. I'm like, well, ain't that something?
You and I have words, Fireslinger.
I have a lot of questions myself, actually.
I have to prize on a few, I will be honest.
You have answers, though, evidently.
I did not know most of what I was saying.
I call
Hey.
bullshit.
So we
I
kind of
don't
act alike.
actually.
That's pretty awesome.
Just gonna roll a cheeky insight on Dren there. Oh god, that's an 11.
Yeah.
My rolls today, Jesus.
No, he's telling the truth.
Of course he is.
Bullshit. Vigil's like,
Oh, no, you can still distrust. It's just he seems
still have-
pretty, you know,
yeah, I still distrust
Yeah.
this piece of shit.
like
Get a precipitation the mud off me.
Yep, same.
for
Room.
what it's worth. As a GM, I'm not too into the idea that because you've passed an insight check, your player suspicion has to go away. Like, no, if you as a player are suspicious, that's fine. It's just that insight check. There's no kind of evidence to confirm it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Vigil
Be
still
suspicious
suspects the
of you.
fuck out of him.
Enzo believes him because we're both warlocks, and that's exactly how I act.
Alright. Can we briefly go to break?
Yeah.
Be a good time for it.
Do.
Do you
Yeah.
want to in a swamp?
A distant
Yeah,
way.
Unroll the carpet, start flying. Actually, it's flying. I start drawing a teleportation circle back to the palace, and we go to break.
That's a good idea. Alright, we'll be back in however long we take breaks. We'll see you guys in a minute. Don't go anywhere, or do go anywhere. Stand up, get something to drink, and we shall return when it's convenient. Probably 20 minutes. See you shortly.
Goodbye.
Can't take.
I saw that, Owen. I've noticed that on my sheet. Nice.
And we're back. Hello! Anton, go!
Well, super quick recap. We visited the Shadow Realm. And, Enzo made a deal for his body back, and Dren and Rashulk made a deal. And now we're back. And, I initially started saying we're flying towards Akun. Fuck that. I looked at how far Akun is, and if it's more than 5 minutes of flying, I just start drawing a circle.
Yeah, no.
I assume someone in your party has prestidigitation.
Yeah, I did that immediately.
Dren just kind of seems to
Steams.
like he kind of tenses his whole body and focuses for a bit, and then starts steaming.
Soren will reach over and kind of clean him up a bit.
Yeah, I prestidigitated myself and then started drawing the circle. If you guys need to be clean, ask Soren.
Okay.
Yeah, Vigil.
Yeah,
is that.
just waving prestidigitations around.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold
Okay.
still, you got some muck behind your ear. And...
Where? As I'm still drawing the circle, focused on that, wasting no time, but I also look around like there was a mountain. It wasn't a mountain, was it?
There's a hill. Distances are
It was-
fucked up.
Well, it was a serpent.
Wow. Yeah. But the Eidolons are the land, in a manner of speaking, so...
But that's clever. Where we are right now, obviously no sign of hill.
No.
mountain.
Though you can, like, through the jungle around, see the river to your left and the river to your right. Can deduce that you're on a
The
small
river
island.
is the snake.
Kind of. The river just runs around this island.
I actually had a retroactive question about that, because you said when we saw the cave entrance, there was 2 stalactites that were fangs, and they were dripping poison,
Yeah.
and it was like flowing into the river and like poisoning the river, right?
Did it?
Kinda.
So, what would have been the course of the river in the Shadowfell was where Murshulk's body lay. From his mouth, so it seems like the city itself is kind of where the river meets the sea.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a saltwater lagoon. The venom from his fangs was dripping and forming a river,
Right.
which then flowed into.
So
the city.
Murshulk's body was the river, and then his mouth flowed poison into like a delta of poison, sort of.
Yeah, so it kind of was seeping into the city.
Okay, I get it.
And like the geography isn't a one-to-one match. Sort of hills and gradients are a bit more exaggerated, and the trees are different.
The land changes.
Yeah. Oh my god. Lucy stuttered for me, and then suddenly the frames all caught up in one, and there was just ice cream from nowhere.
Conjure ice cream was
That
kind of.
is not ice.
Freaked me.
That
Is
is
it not?
that is
Cup noodle.
Oh, is it?
no, it is Thai red.
Oh, okay.
It is Thai red curry noodles.
Fair. So, yes, the party have just returned from a very strange conversation with a bound deity, and are now teleporting back to the sunken city, where, with a flash of shadow magic, the circle completes and tears open a portal for a brief moment.
Man, I'm just a portal bitch for all of you at this point.
Now you know how I feel.
Dren just goes, "Yep," slaps you on the back and steps through.
Soren twirls and moves through as well. Kind of backwards and just grins at Enzo. Just the biggest shit-eating grin.
Vigil just steps through.
Denzel smiles back. And we're in the palace,
Yeah.
I guess.
All in the path of eyes.
Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum.
Well, Dren, you offered to help us, and we paid you your fee, but I'm not sure that it's going to be necessary anymore.
Did it
What do you
work?
mean?
Let's fly back to the Sheen and I'll explain on the way.
All right. Well, I've never been on a flying carpet before, so...
You literally just were on one.
Yeah, but that was in that, weird magic place.
I just get on
I
my
wanna-
broom.
I want to feel air and
Yeah.
see things, you know?
If
Flight is definitely a thing.
if the carpet is not unrolled, if it's unrolled, sure, let's just sort of pilot it out. But if it's rolled up, I'm like, Vigil, can you carry that?
Sure. Vigil just unrolls it and just goes, just get on the fucking carpet.
Okay, let's head outside, and three of us hop on the carpet and start flying.
Sounds
The
nice. Fun.
tassels will kind of fold themselves up, go through doorways, and then unfold. So you can only carry one person at a time.
Yeah, keep in mind our carpet is 6 feet wide. That's how wide it is.
Yeah, that's a big old carpet. It is like a doormat for a giant.
Yeah.
Make your way into the plaza. This is jungly music, although it's not incorrect.
I don't mind.
Birds.
Yeah, that is important in Zari stuff. Sure. Make your way into the hustle and bustle of the city.
Yeah, and as we start flying over, I say, well, I make sure Soren's like close enough that he can hear.
Yeah, I'm like hovering right next to the carpet. It's just a matter of principle at this point that Soren uses his own broom.
Well, and might make the carpet faster to have fewer of us on it. Well, the reason we were going to hire you was to kill a Cibriex, a demon. Also,
Right.
apparently, it's an Oblerith.
Yeah.
No
So
idea.
that is.
Oh, speaking of, did you guys hear everything?
Yeah.
I did, yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the
No. I think.
We have a special. Don't worry about it.
And everything is working as intended. Vigil just smiles at him.
oh, accounting for being
Alright.
rude.
Alright.
Don't worry, Dren. I'm telling you
Okay.
right now.
Well, you don't need to go kill a demon.
I mean, it would be better if it were dead, but we don't need to. Which means I think we will not.
As terrible as it sounds, I think we have bigger worries right now.
It's not in our city. Kind of not our problem.
Eventually, it will be. These things have a way
Uh.
of catching up with us.
That's true. I technically did sort of break my contract with it.
Mm-hmm. But it is a demon. They're not really beholden to keep them either. So.
Although, now that I think about... Well, okay, let me explain. I'm back. Enzo's back. This is the real me. I hold on my left hand.
Right.
There's 5 fingers on it.
So he fixed you, or
No. He switched me.
back into your real body, your actual body?
This was locked in there for months.
Right.
This happened. Oh, I'm trying to recall. I think this happened the first time we got to Akun.
Okay. Yeah, we weren't really talking a lot then. So
Yeah, I didn't really tell you.
there's a lot you don't tell us, but that's you.
I try to tell you more now.
Thank you.
I have thoughts on that as well later, Enzo. Not as a matter of
And-
suspicion, it is a matter of solution.
Now that I'm back, it has the glass body back, which I think means the curse should still be on it. And I think the Cibriax just has a deal with other Enzo now. But that's for them to work out. I don't give a shit.
You don't think that's not going to come back and bite you in the ass?
Maybe.
And you might care later, just saying, given that that thing is the source of your power. I do wonder, why does it think it's you?
I live my whole life trying not to get my ass bitten. So one more thing that's trying to bite it is added to the pile.
I have thoughts, but alright.
So that's the good news.
So we're not gonna go fight a Sivri. Oh god damn it, I have to find that redeemer my
I don't
mother
think
sent
so.
me. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to cast some more sendings today then. Because my mother's sending someone, and you're here. I like a Dren.
Yep.
The bad news is I don't think I can just stop doing what it wants.
What happens if you do?
I don't
Still has a
know.
link to him.
I made a different deal.
Which was... what?
For some of my strength. Like actual strength.
Okay.
Physical strength. Yes.
I go like Vigil, like hold up your hand. Like I'm gonna push as hard as I can.
Mm-hmm.
2 hands.
You you trained Cavoli children who were stronger.
Vigil is like, it's like Enzo. Come on.
I'm not messing around.
Okay.
Right.
So you're physically drained, but you have your body back. We can work ways around that. There's probably things we can do. We'll figure it out.
There's probably things we can do, and there's probably things it can do to make this worse.
Alright. So what do you want to do?
I'm pretty confident by this point of 2 things. One, the power it's given me, my shadow magic, it's not refundable. It can't take that away from me on a whim.
Alright.
2, it can't spy on me endlessly. Otherwise, the Akun we saw would have been, more like the real Akun. It has some of my memories, it has some ideas. Probably whenever I talk to it, it can see the room I'm in. But it's not omnipresent. Which means it's safe to talk about how we're going to defeat it.
You know... I forgot what I was going to say. What the hell is that chicken?
Heart roosters illegal?
In the city limits, absolutely.
It's a noise violation.
Not in a coon. Not if you got a rooster.
What
Ooh.
Is that a cockfighting ring?
I was gonna say a cock license, but that's a whole other thing.
Shut up!
So, anyway, the last thing I said was, we can discuss how we're gonna defeat it.
Yeah. Well, I mean... There's a few things that I want to learn to give us some privacy. But yeah, no, I think
Wait, you're planning on fighting that thing?
fighting maybe not.
Well,
but...
I'm sure not planning on releasing it. I don't
There's,
have to kill it.
there is a non-hidden look of relief on Vigil's face when you say that out loud.
Or it just looks thoughtful.
So,
So you're not gonna, you know, release this serpent onto the world to devour everything.
Well,
That's good.
I
then.
guess unless Dendar shows up and starts eating us, then I would release it to fight Dendar.
What's the Jen? What's the heart you were talking about? Why does it want that?
Good question.
I will be honest with you. I know of it. I know nothing more. All I understand is the Code Lord is familiar with the thing.
Got any other names for it?
Heart of Fairy is the one that I was told. I
I'm
don't know if we're going to buy anything else.
sorry. The heart of fairy, as in like Feywild fairies.
I mean, I suppose so.
I need to get in contact with someone.
You're
Right,
still
you
speaking
understand.
Infernal, by the way.
I'm not, though.
You understand that that was. I would appreciate if this didn't exactly go public. You understand?
What exactly are you going to do if, What exactly are you going to do, Jen? What's your stake in all of this?
I think Dren's just a messenger.
Well, no, I mean, but why? Why work for Altrans? Why go through all of this? Why do any of it? What's the payoff for you?
PRs?
Did you say pay raise?
Yeah.
That's it. Just more power, more reward.
Where I come from, it's not exactly rare to find outside help.
You alright?
If you want to survive, you find outside help. If you want to protect your home, you find outside help.
You're talking like the sort of outside help.
Outside with a capital O.
Right? Yeah. All right. And
I grew up in the remnants. Deep in the remnants. But wasn't no mining town set up by your spell. Cavoli. Of course, shit went south. They all up and died. And it became a literal and figurative hellhole. My hometown became a den of murderers, thieves, vilest types. So, we started finding help. Now, Altrez, as you know, gave me what I needed. And since then, I've had far less of the kind of issues that I was suffering from back then.
right, okay, but
He helped me. I'm going to help him back.
you realise the literal Lord of Hell doesn't actually really need your help, right?
And why did he give me power?
Because you're
I-
convenient.
Well, then so be it.
You don't care anything about the rest of the world, you know. That it might all go to shit. What does it matter what sort of power you have if the rest of the world's crumbling around you?
My
It'll take
world
time
already
and
has.
it'll exceed his lifespan as well. Doesn't matter for him because the consequences will not reach his life. Is that about the measure of it?
My world already crumbled a long time ago.
You can make a new one.
And then there will be.
We're all trying to make a new one, Soren.
I have my own stake in this. It's just personal, that's all.
Right. I have some questions for you as well, if you wouldn't mind indulging me.
I will probably disappoint, but fire away, Mr. Vigil.
Just a vigil will do. I would like to know what you know about my people's history. Specifically the hierarchy in the original bargain, apparently.
I mean-
Nice people's souls have traded hands. Who were the original parties involved?
I'll be honest with you. Vigil, do not know
Hmm.
as much as it might seem, but what I do know is that your people, or your god, made a pact and failed to deliver.
Huh.
Hmm.
Time came to pay up. Boy, oh, you kind paid. That should have been the end of that, but my understanding is that somebody, or some people, threw an old spanner in the works, and, well, things got a bit stuck.
Did-
Now it's a bit of an open field, and, well, everybody's trying to take credit for someone's work.
I would like to speak with your master.
Sword actually coughs.
I'm afraid I'm not exactly regular sending stone to the fellow. We have our private conversation, but it's not exactly universal. I'm not exactly able to summon the Cold Lord to this material sphere. No, no, no.
I
I've already
imagine
been
not.
polite to me. But yeah, my understanding is that the contract fell through. Some clause got activated, and instead of the bounty going to whoever should have rightfully claimed it, the what does the banker say? The check bounced. Didn't clear. Stuck in transaction.
And then something stalled, leaving
Exactly.
the souls of my people stranded.
Yeah, but I
Because,
mean they were heading down south anyway.
well, without Kavol the
Why am I
Eidolon,
exempt?
they couldn't have been released again.
I
Anyway.
mean, I don't know. I mean, there's two of you right here, and I mean, maybe you're not Cavoli.
That's funny.
Just my way of looking at it.
I think my
Or,
mother's from there. I don't know if that makes me Cavoli, but I'm pretty sure.
Well, as far as I can tell, everyone with the blood of Caval is gone.
What other blood is there that makes you
I find
this?
I mean,
I'm
anyone.
looking. I am also asking Vigil when I ask this.
I do not know. That is all I have
My,
known.
my understanding is that any influence from the beyond can change someone. I mean, hell, someone got freaky with a god and formed me, so
I have a friend like that as well.
I suspect your
Two, actually.
kind are just one of many of the folk from down south
Well,
getting
That's from my
frisky.
hold on.
entire life.
If there are different hells, or heavens, sorry, Vigil, if there are different hells, and they all have their own influence, doesn't it stand to reason that maybe, I don't know, you could be influenced by a different entity than Kavol? Maybe that's not as common, but...
I don't see how that is possible.
Well, I don't see how it's not possible either. All souls belong to someone, eventually. We all pass through the same cycle of reincarnation and all of that, so maybe you're just from somewhere else
did
that has
not
deep links.
I did not swear an oath. I was not born in a foreign land. I was born in the Crimson Palace. I was raised among the Cavoli. I was taught and led and grown and
And I'm not an elf! But I have the spirit of the Elfival that allows me to cast fire from my fucking soul. I'm saying, it doesn't matter where you're geographically from. Something tied you to somewhere else, and that's why you're alive.
Elves! It's like elves. Maybe you're not a tree elf.
What? Oh,
Well,
right.
maybe one of those, half-allude and lives up a mountain high elves. Or, I don't know. I heard about sea elves. Are they a thing?
They were a thing a very long time ago, yes.
Oh, alright. Well.
They're sort of extinct now, as far as I know.
Or there's the, Veritanians, for one,
There's different
You'd think
kinds
they'd
of
be
elves.
called high elves, considering they're flying around in cities outlive everyone else, but...
No, I think they're called drow.
When we learned, it was last session we learned that Kavol was probably Asmodeus. Is that it? We learned that in character from Dren, right? Did I have
Kavol
that
was
right?
seen- They were both
Disposition.
seen as the heads of their kind of weird pantheons, but they don't seem to line up. The lore of this figure Asmodeus doesn't really fit Kavol at all.
Doesn't really fit Kavol.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, I do a lot of thinking, but just there's some shuffling of books as Soren rebalances on his broom. Do you know,
This is probably an accurate measure of how long it's taking to fly across the city, so...
here's the thing, though. The Kavol is the mountain, right? The mountain. The mountain.
Yes.
Okay, so Yoranta has a massive chain of mountains running through the heart of it, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so dwarves. No,
You mean the short fellas with the beards and the fine tasting alcohol?
do you remember going down into the bottom of that mine where Tashikard wrecked everything and there was the Brain Stealer dragon and the whole messed up city? Right? Remember all that? Everything was really fucked down there?
Yes.
Right.
Nama Extu.
Right, and there's been stories of dwarves all over the fucking world who don't have their memories anymore. The mountains are fucked up. The Eidolons are the land. Like, I know it's fragmented, but I have this all written down somewhere, I promise. I'm saying,
Hell do you all get up to?
look, I am a Theurge. I'm something
can we-
between a priest and a wizard. I know what I'm talking about.
Can we please move away from the poultry?
Yeah, can we go to the sheen
yeah,
or something,
sure.
please? This fucking roosters. It's just wrecking my concentration.
It's chicken day. Alright? It's time to take your chickens to market.
Okay, so dwarves
sure.
have had memory issues for as long as anybody has been interacting with them, right? And they're from mountains, like they're from the mountains. And all the mountains are in, like, it's a long chain of mountains, they're all interconnected. So something is wrong there. So... See, and here's the thing though, as well, the Rack, the Terracon, right? Do you remember us talking about the Terracon? We gotta go to the Rack to find it, and then we were in Three From Village, and we found out about Dragonborn, who'd passed through there about 19 years ago, looking for something. The Terracon, right?
Right.
Okay, so, bear with me. The Terracon, and every sort of con thing, the Hydrocon, the Pyrocon, all of that, they influence the elemental forces of our world. They're like the fundamental building blocks, and they can fuck with things. Those Dragonborn were looking for the Terracon. It was missing. Assuming. What were they doing in the Heartlands if they're from Lorac? It's my not so unprofessional theory that maybe the Terracon was used to change something about Kavol. Because what were they doing? What are they doing with the Pyrocon? Why do they want those things? Other
They
than
want
being...
all of them so that they can free all of the souls.
Well, they want all of them so they can tear a hole in the deep ethereal, but yeah, kind of. So... Anyway, it's sort of out there, but I was just thinking about it while we were flying, and it just occurred to me that they probably already have the Terracon as well. I know they have the Pyrocon, but... Oh yeah, Orlando Donatore is in trouble. Fundamentally speaking, Vigil, your mountain is fucked up, and something happened.
Oh! Yeah, I should tell you, I burnt that fucker's house down.
Which fucker's house down?
Orlando Donatori.
Was that you?
Yeah,
Why?
I got paid.
Yeah, right, that's fair. He had a bunch of demons and shit in there, so
Oh,
it's
by
probably
whom?
for the better. He's not gonna tell you.
I can't say, but their name rhymes with vigilance.
Diligence.
I see. Just destroy the evidence.
Yeah.
How much?
Hey,
Just
Is
curious.
that like a thing with the two of you? Vigilance, diligence?
No,
No.
he's just village vigil. He's village people. Anyway, backing up to the whole dwarves thing. Sorry. What I'm saying is
No,
that
it is not a thing, Dren. Never will be. Never was.
anyway, rather than speculating on
Right.
fictional tiefling romances, I think the Cavol already have the Terracon, and I think it was used maybe to change the nature of Cavol, or to fuck up the deal or something. Now that we know what we know. And they have the Pyrocon, so they have two. We know where the Hydrocon is, and the Aracon's with Veritania. So, and there's supposedly
We don't know that they have the Terracon.
I'm pretty certain they do, or someone does. Maybe the dwarves. Anyway.
We get back to the
I'm
room.
starting to feel a little bit airsick.
You want to go, get down on the ground then?
Well, I mean, the Sheen's just down there, so
Hmm.
that'd be good.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Shut
it's
them up.
it's a lot. There's just a lot. There's so many moving pieces.
As we drop Dren off, well, as we all disembark. Yeah, thanks for the help, I guess, Dren. I would say we didn't need it, but we also only paid you 2 gold, so I think no
Well-
one's really mad.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Ren,
Yeah. Yeah.
this is gonna not really mean a lot coming from me, but I have the feeling you're leaving again, so... There's different ways to build new things. And you don't have to stay stuck in this.
Nope, but I'll be honest with you, Soren. Or Mr. Ashmere, or however you want to be known.
Soren, it's fine.
I don't fucking like this world. It took shit from me. Way I see it, burn it down, build a new one.
I think that means we're diametrically opposed, unfortunately. I don't like this world either, but I'm dedicated to making it better, so...
Well,
You're here to destroy it, and I'm here to save it. Does that mean we're enemies?
I wouldn't say destroy, but... Well... Good thing we're banding for the same team, eh?
Not really.
All gotta live with the deals we make, Mr. Ashmere. Sorry.
It's Arcanist Ashmere, actually, if you want to throw a fancy title at me. But really, Soren, it's fine.
I look forward to seeing you on the Hallowed Day.
Hope not.
If you are capable of doing so, ask your master to visit me in my dreams, if it is possible.
Visual.
Well,
I wish to have words.
You don't need me for that. Gives Soren a look.
I can summon him. Vigil, if you really want to talk to him.
No. You said you didn't do that again. I would not ask you to do so.
I would do it for you.
And I would not ask you to break your word. There's a much easier route.
That's touching to see, really, but I'd best be getting out of town. I'm not exactly a Saphosaurus, and I am long overdue on my membership fees at the League of Blades, so...
Where do you want to go?
I don't think you know the place well enough to get me there reliably.
No, but I can get you closer than Sunken Cocoon.
I'm good.
Alright. Suit yourself.
Wait, I heard you've been to Eight Rings, right?
Yeah?
Take me there.
Tomorrow. Or I can, is there a... What's the closest teleportation circle to 8 rings? To Cell?
Yeah,
And
but it's
that's...
not really that much.
Yeah, no. I can do it
Tell
tomorrow,
you
or
what.
I can send you to Cell.
I will come find you tomorrow. You can send me on my way. And we don't have to meet or talk until the unfortunate circumstance when we meet again. And I hope and I want to be on the same side. Sorry.
Who gave you the beads, Dred?
Sorry.
Just point to his hat. Don't really go with your aesthetic.
I find the blue really makes the orange pop.
Come find me tomorrow. I'll send you where you want to go.
He gets noticeably more defensive when you ask.
Soren just stares at him. That long 6,000 yard I'm seeing through you stare.
You know what? I'm good.
Also, don't get into too much trouble.
Oh, I will.
I know. Just turn around and leave.
Farewell, Fire Slinger.
Farewell, Vision. If there's a next time, I won't go easy on you.
Not me to contend with.
If there is a next time you won't get that close.
Oh, I don't
Goodbye.
plan on being close.
Come on, Vigil.
No one plants a knife in their spine.
Vigil! Can we just not threaten the poor man? He's
I
been
love the
doing-
banner.
It's endless one-upmanship. It's great.
I just
I'm a fan.
want to stop feeling like I'm a fucking pawn in all of this. You as well. All of us. Feel like we're all being used.
Hmm.
Not a fan of it.
Neither am I.
Well, yeah, this goodbye has already gone on too long, so I'll be seeing you.
Bye.
Tips his cap. Turns. Strides off into the crowd.
It's like a to sell farewell.
Boy, yep, boy, yep, grand, sure, grand, boy, yep, no, you know, actually, my mother spent 2.5 sendings trying to say goodbye to someone. Boy, yep, boy, just 25 words of just bye. It's very, very to sell.
Hmm. Vigil goes to the bar, orders some sort of spirit, and just goes upstairs.
Glimmer,
The bottle.
where are you?
Not in the cellar.
Well, if you're not in the cellar, I think you could bring up a bottle of wine or something.
How could I if I'm in the cellar? That would be an impossibility.
Yeah, no, but you're not in the cellar. But, you know, if you weren't in the cellar, maybe...
I mean, if I were in the cellar, I of course I would. I mean, I would do anything for my friends, but
Mm-hmm. You want to come upstairs? Or stay there? If you know what I mean?
yes, I will leave, not the cellar.
Mm-hmm. And meet us where you were when I left you, right?
Technically. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Where I told you, hey, stay put, we're going somewhere dangerous, and I don't want to drag you in here. Also, we need to have a conversation.
I didn't do it.
No,
Or
not
maybe I
about...
did.
You're fine. I just need to talk to you about something.
Oh, okay. Well, that should be.
Much?
Yep.
No, you're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. Just don't get caught.
So, am I stealing wine or whiskey or gin or
You know what?
vermouth?
Let's go with the wine.
Alrighty. I don't know what makes a good wine, but I'll try and grab something good.
Look for a really old label. Handwritten, preferably.
Okay.
So I go upstairs and wait.
Glimmer appears about 5 minutes later.
They have a bottle of wine in his
A
beak.
bottle held in his beak, yeah.
Ah, not in the cellar then. I just hold out my hand.
Technically, by at least the court's definitions, it is a basement.
You know what? I believe you. Got a question for you.
The wine was in a cellar, but I was stood outside.
I just pick him up and hug him.
He kind of coos.
Right, and I set him down.
The-
Do you know what the Heart of Fairy is?
Mm,
Yeah. You can't talk about it, can you?
I can't say no.
I know, because you can't lie.
I mean,
You can spin words around it, but I know your restrictions.
what do you want with her?
Her?
Yes, Queen Titania.
That's the... Oh, God.
I mean, that. Why did I say something wrong? That's
No,
what-
no, 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 no. I just take him very gently by his face and kind of scritch his feathers. No, you didn't do anything wrong.
Her many
Many
titles.
names. Right, is the Heart of Fairy. Oh, God. Okay.
Only during certain times of the year.
That's fine. Gaev serves the Winter Queen. I need to talk to somebody who serves the Summer Queen. Is that you? Or do you know anyone I could get in contact with?
I am very definitely not under the Summer Queen's jurisdiction,
Purview. Alright, cool. But I need to
unfortunately.
talk to her somehow. Or get somebody who can talk to her for me, but...
Although, I would have to find more of my family.
Well, we'll figure it out, but, I think she might be in danger.
But, I mean, if you can call a flock, we can have a vote and, change allegiance, but,
Who are you
That would
allegiant to beforehand?
Sorry?
Whose court are you part of? I've never asked you that.
Winter, technically.
And that's why they grabbed you a while ago.
We're, on the outside of...
Glimmer, I think...
I don't really know. I've not spent a long time at home.
I know. I'm saying I think if the Heart of Fairy is Queen Titania, I think she might actually be in trouble. Or have the potential to be in trouble.
I mean, why? It's she's called that the same way that...
Giant snake wants to eat her.
What?
Yeah, it's hard to explain. Where's Enzo? Because Vigil and Soren have gone upstairs at this point. Did Enzo come up with us?
I missed the last 6 minutes. Are we at the Sheen?
We are. Dren
Yeah.
has left. And we went upstairs. Glimmer has stolen us a rather, hopefully nice bottle of wine. It might be terrible. Who knows? He's a bird.
So you're with Glimmer in our...
In the room, yeah. And having a conversation out loud. Like, sitting in the living room, talking to Glimmer.
Enzo's there.
Yeah, we both are, yeah.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, so... His patron, Mershalk, wants to consume the heart. And my somewhat patron knows where it is and wants to give it to him.
I also missed what the heart was. Is the heart...
Titania. It's Titania. It's like
Who's that? The Summer Queen?
the
Court?
Summer
Court
Queen. Yeah.
Is she the most powerful, or are they all equal?
No, she's I think one of the most powerful. Isn't she? Oberon and Titania, aren't they like
Feels
the
like-
Fae?
Feels like the 4 seasons should probably be equal power, right? Because otherwise...
Summer and Winter
Are the big ones.
are the two strongest courts.
So Marshalik wants to eat one of the fake queens. Huh.
And you technically
That makes me feel better.
What? Why?
Because if she's that powerful, she's powerful enough to stop him.
I hope so.
If I thought the heart was going to be like an artifact or an object, and we'd have to find it and protect it or hide its location. But if it's a fucking powerful ass Fey Queen, then she can protect herself.
Yeah, she knows to protect herself, but she probably does, but it just seems polite to give her a heads up.
Yeah, no, we should.
I just, I don't know how to get back to the Feywild on my own.
Should you?
I think a messenger might be better, but I'm not sending you. I look at Glimmer.
No, send what about Gaius? What about that
Gaiv, and he serves the Winter Queen.
Gaiv.
He might know someone. I could.
You could pass a message. I'm sure they communicate somehow.
They've been feuding for as long as ever.
Feuding people communicate. Nations at war still have messengers.
I guess so. I don't know. I guess getting in contact with Gaiv is our best bet, but I don't know. There's so much going on.
Unless I can think of some other easy way to send a message to the Feywild. And I don't think you should go. You said you got lost in there?
When I was a child, yeah.
Also, there's all the weird timey-wimey stuff.
Yeah, no, the thing is if we were to go into the Feywild, we might come back tomorrow, or we might come back 6 years from now. And there's really no controlling it.
Let's not go then.
I wonder if that's how... Anyway. Yeah, we're not going to go to the Feywild. That's a terrible idea. So,
Yeah.
no, you know, I will actually fire out a sending to Gaiv.
Yeah, you're familiar with them.
Did he have a title? Was he Lord Gaiv, or he's just Gaiv?
This guy,
Gaiv.
Gav, I think was it?
Gaiv, Arcanist Ashma here. If I wanted to get a message to the Summer Queen...
Hello.
Yeah, hi. If I wanted to get a message to the Summer Queen, how would I go about doing that?
Well, I'm sure I could pass word along for you.
Yeah, that probably requires an agreement on your part and a sacrifice on mine, and I'll probably end up the losing end of that bargain,
no.
so...
I'm mortal, my dear. Mortal. We need no such bargain.
Yeah, alright.
Why?
Oh, it's a long story. Soren will briefly and more intelligently sum up than Rune can.
Just say that Mershalk, the sealed serpent, wishes to eat your queen.
Yeah, basically, and...
You get from his voice that he doesn't... He's not taking it too seriously. But he's like, I will, send word
well,
as soon as I can.
the problem is that an avatar of Mephistopheles actually seems to know where she is and how to get to her, so otherwise it wouldn't really bother you. If it was like, oh, I just want to eat the queen, I'd be like, sure, whatever, but the hells are involved, so, you know.
Alright.
Yeah, otherwise it wouldn't really bother.
I will make it so.
Thank you very much for your help. Is there anything you need from us, or anything I can do for you? You're doing me a favor, so, you know.
And that's when the call time's out.
Not quite.
Yeah. He takes too long to think of a response.
Really? Alright. Dudunk. Alright. Gaiv knows, so we've done what we can until we get more word, so that's taken care of.
Speaking of sendings, while we were flying and you two were chatting with Dren, I wrote something in my book.
You did. I remember seeing the Roll20 thing pop up.
I was writing a message via Farscribe to Soraya that said, check on the finger I left in storage. Still there?
The message you get back is, fuck you, I just paid a lad 2 gold to find you. It turns to goo.
Don't throw it out, I say. Could still be useful. I'll come pick it up.
There I was, thinking I could keep part of you with me forever.
You listen, if you want my goop, and then I just send a winky face.
Ech.
I love having text message conversations with Soren's sister.
Stop it!
The bottom half of the page is just filled with ink. You could presume that she probably just threw a pot of ink onto it.
Okay,
And that
eggplant
page in your
emoji.
book just gets ruined.
God.
No magically clears itself.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that pile of goo that we took out of the Shadowfell. I'm gonna pull the vial out and look at it. What's it doing?
Fortunately, it's quite empty.
Empty. Oh, alright. That's weird. Just put the vial back.
Like, seems like there might be pressurized in there or something, but yeah, it's the liquid is evaporated.
Well. As I was saying earlier, two things I know. I won't lose my power if I go against Mershalk, and Mershalk can't see us having this conversation right now. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Which means
Go on.
we need to think of a way to defeat him. Or seal him away. I've pulled 2 shards from his slumbering corpse. There's only one left.
Yeah.
But what do I do?
Well, Enzo, I'm not sure that Edelin can be killed. I mean, I think they can, but I don't know how you'd go about it.
If the ancient Yuan-Ti tried to kill him and could only seal him, then we probably can't kill him. But maybe we can seal him.
You could put the shards back? But the thing is that now he's made an agreement with Eltraz. That's, concerning.
It was a loose agreement. They didn't agree to much. Like, what did they agree to? What are they getting out of it?
It's more that it's open-ended rather than it's not it's open.
Yeah, it's open-ended means that probably nothing will come of it.
Or something terrible will come of it.
Something terrible could come of anything. I'm saying they didn't agree to anything concrete. And they're both... Entities like them are highly selfish and mistrusting.
Yeah, it's just, the whole thing of like, these are ancient, incredibly powerful entities that have years and years and years and years and millennia of cunning and shit behind them. And I'm not saying we're out of our depths, but I think we're a little out of our depths a little bit. But, I mean, the only thing we can really do with that is wait and see what happens, which I don't particularly like. So, you want to defeat Rashalk, right? You want to seal him back, you want to put him back, you want to what?
Frankly, I want to walk away from the affair and never deal with this again.
Can I ask you something?
But, yes.
Why do you get involved in the first place?
Because I wanted to.
And now you regret it.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, now you want out.
I don't want somebody hanging over my shoulder, constantly telling me, you have to do this thing for me. Oh, and by the way, you have to do this thing for me. Oh, and by the way, you didn't do this thing for me? I'm gonna fuck you up and put a curse on your body or something. Not a good place to be.
No.
Reasonable.
So, stands to reason we either break the agreement you made with him, or we somehow manage to seal him again.
Well, that is the slightly worrying thing, I guess. Let's say I simply walk away right now. I've still done a lot of damage. I've pulled 2 shards. I've made the job easier for the next person that wants to fuck up the world.
I mean, yeah, and if Eltraz is helping, he probably sends somebody else to go find the third one, and yoink, suddenly we have a snake.
Yeah.
So, we have two options. Well, maybe more than that. We can go get the shard before they do, but the thing is, if we pull the third one, does that release him? I wasn't really clear on that. Okay, so
I
that's...
think it does.
That's not, that's not really an option. But I think you have to... Oh no, there's a thought. I wonder if I could do that.
I never... Like, Marshalka's bound by 3 shards, but I never did... Like, I never pulled anything out. There was never anything that I physically did that was like pulling a shard out, you know? Like, it's curious.
The first shard you took, the crystal dagger, was kind of like in an altar
Mm-hmm.
in a room which would have had like a larger crystal kind of sculpture above it. That was perhaps a symbolic removal of the dagger from the temple, but
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Perhaps there's a place for where the second one goes under Raccoon then, that we just never found, or maybe even did find, but didn't.
Well, the second one was with the Yuanti.
Well, where was it originally?
Oh,
Like,
who fucking knows?
Like if it's the shard in Marshalk's head,
That's
where does it go to put it back?
Yeah. And so I've got a fairly improbable idea that's not as crazy as it sounds, maybe?
Go on.
So the whole thing with the treatise on time that I've been reading and trying to work through, Tashkar figured out how to do time travel somehow. I was thinking it might, and this is theoretical and improbable, so try to think of something a little more concrete. If we put one or two of the shards out of phase with the rest of reality, he'd never be released. I can look backwards into time, somehow. I'm not really... I could explain the math to you, but it would take 6 hours and a chalkboard, and we don't have time for that.
Are you sure that wouldn't send one of those temporal guardian creatures after us?
I don't think so. That's the thing, is we're not going there ourselves, we're not changing anything, we're just moving something somewhere else.
I thought... Wasn't it sent to stop knowledge?
It was sent to... well... There were two of me in the same place at the same time, and that wrecks a lot of the laws of the natural universe. And we started talking about things that we weren't supposed to, and that's kind of my fault. So...
Yeah, I feel like if we start meddling with time, it could come after us on another one.
I think...
Seems dangerous to me.
I mean, everything seems dangerous right now, but it's a thought.
I think it's a thought. It wouldn't be my first plan.
The other option is we destroy both of the shards somehow, but I don't even know how you'd break those. I mean, those are daggers in the shadow world and glass here, and I don't
do more than destroying the shards. The shards bind Marshalk. We need to.
The problem is if we put them back, someone else can come along and pull them back out again, and it's just the same problem. It's not fixing it in the long... Well, it's not fixing it in, like, the 500 years long term.
There is also the question, and... How much do you think is true that Dendar is going to devour the world or whatever, and Marshalk can stop Dendar? Is this a case where Marshalk is the lesser evil?
No. Everything dies, Enzo. Eventually, this world has to end.
Did you just say Eidolons can't die?
No. Like, everything on a global scale. Like, as in, eventually entropy takes over and things have to die. When the whole of this existence vanishes, goes somewhere else, I imagine the Eidolon will go with it. I mean, in our capacity, in our power, in our time, I don't think we can actually destroy Eidolon because they are the land itself. Unless you fundamentally change the land so they couldn't return to their nature. Oh, that's a thought. Anyway, Vigil, hang on to that one. Theoretically speaking, I've never heard of an Eidolon being killed. doesn't mean it's not possible. I think you're right, actually. I should reframe that. We might be able to kill it. Or we might be able to change the fundamental nature of what it... We have the Hydrocon! It's a river spirit! If we change the fundamental nature of what it is, then maybe we can stop it entirely.
I think we just change it.
Well-
If it's the river and we change the river, then we don't kill it, but we change it.
We change it, right, and maybe we can make it better or less harmful or something. We can maybe help it. The Tassa... Do you remember Tassa being corrupted? I wonder if that's the case with Mashak or if he's always been evil.
Let's put it this way. Of the three of us here, I've done the most changing by far. At no point did it really change my personality. You see
Oh.
where I'm going?
Well, no, but the thing is that the Eidolon are tied to the land that they're part of, so if we change the land, if we change the water through the Hydrocon, I think it might change him as well.
I'm saying we will change the physical form of Mershalk, maybe. I doubt we will change what Mershalk is and what it wants to do.
Oh,
We're
good
not
point.
with-
Sorry, you're drawing a different parallel. Yes, I understand now. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how much of an Eidolon's personality is tied to the land.
My guess would be very few. It's just like me changing what I look like while still actually being Enzo.
No, it's deeper than that. It's the actual essence of the thing. The
At the minute, this feels slightly academic. I don't think Dendar will arrive.
not in the next
Mashulk.
10 years.
I think Mashulk's goal at the minute is to grasp at straws, and you are the most useful component to him currently.
Honestly, yeah, that makes more sense.
Frankly, I agree.
Yeah, no. Visual with
Um,
common sense, thank you.
I think it would help knowing. He keeps saying followers of Dendar are closer than than I would like. It would help knowing if that's bullshit or not. We should track down some followers of Dendar. We should see what's at that third ziggurat.
Are you sure you want to go there? Because... I mean...
I feel like going there is more risk. Maybe we give it some time.
What?
If we go there once, you can teleport us back there any time.
I can, but I'm not concerned about you doing the wrong thing, Enzo. I don't think you will, especially knowing the motivation behind why you would like to be free of all of this. My concern is, if we get all three of the shards in the same place, something could happen, and something beyond our control could happen. If
Al
Altra-
told me before that it wants the three shards to be used as a mirror.
And the thing is if Altraz is helping Rishalk, who knows what he'll send there to make sure that things happen. I mean, he's not gonna... I don't think he's gonna send, like, you know, half a creation's world of demons or something, but...
Oh, I wouldn't worry about Altras here. I think he's not a major player.
Well, not with Rishalk, no.
Yeah, in this particular area, I mean.
I would like to use the Terracon to destroy the shards.
No, that's a thought. Metal is just purified.
Wouldn't we just free Mershalk if we destroy the shards?
Only if we destroy two of them.
The two.
And we leave the head in.
I don't understand. So I like hold my dagger. Can't I can separate it, right, Owen? Freely?
No.
No?
You can have like it can shrink to like a dagger. The two crystal shards can kind of one can retract.
Oh, okay.
Is
Well,
it crystal now? Or is
it's
it
crystal
blade
now.
now?
That's a good thing we know the vocabulary of water.
In
I
the
knew they
Dream
talked
Realm,
to-
it's an ancient metal blade.
Saranella.
So I hold the crystal shard up. I don't see. Maybe there's something I'm missing. You both have mentioned destroying this as a way to stop Mershalk. How does destroying this stop Mershalk? This is what was binding Mershalk.
You can't make the
They
mirror
can't unite three shards
without
if
those two,
other pieces are destroyed.
I hope.
Okay. Maybe I'm thinking too literally. If the snake is bound by three shards, you pull two out, you destroy the two you pulled out. It doesn't do anything. All that remains to free it is to pull the third shard.
I think
These two shards are irrelevant now.
So
not.
the Whisper, as I will refer to it as from now on,
Sure, other Enzo.
the other Enzo, did say that you would be required to gather the 3 shards.
Gather?
And open,
Mhm.
well, get free the 3 shards, and then open the window.
I mean, if that's how it works, then maybe we should destroy one of my shards, and then it really is sealed forever.
To imply that waking Mershulk up and releasing Mershulk are 2 separate things.
Oh.
So him waking up wouldn't necessarily release him onto the world.
So, if I had to guess, pulling the 3rd shard out wakes Mershulk up. Assembling all 3 shards into a mirror is like, I summon thee, sort of thing.
Also,
It's a reasonable interpretation.
Oh, and thinking back through history with the Yoranta River, many, many years ago, was Sunken more underwater than it is now? Because if we suddenly wake up a river spirit that's been dormant for a very long time, how many cities are we going to destroy in the process?
Sunken hasn't so much been flooded as it is literally sinking into the muck.
Okay. But
it's a very Venice situation.
would it, theoretically speaking, if you were to restore an Eidolon to its further power, would it affect the land around it somehow? I think it would.
You'd assume so.
So,
in cases where, for example, the community's been abandoned and then repopulated, the land has generally improved.
okay, so the Yoranta, are there settlements along the Yoranta River? I'm thinking of, like, what if we accidentally just kill a bunch of people by suddenly flooding a river?
There are no large settlements. There are a few kind of permanent camps for expeditions, some logging operations, resource gathering, sort of expeditionary bases. Further up, I mean, you've been to various. There's the whole kind of wood elf society that lives in the heartlands.
Right.
You've heard of Tabaxi.
Right. Okay.
So there are probably communities that would be affected, either negatively or positively.
But the whole thing with the Yoranta River is that it's mostly morass and swamp around it right now, right?
Especially the lower third of the river.
Which is the first shard? Or is the lower third more towards the Coon? Sorry, we really need a better map.
Towards Akun, it's basically, well, the river itself.
Okay.
So, Dendar, Seth, and Mershulk are 3 aspects of the same Eidolon that the Yuan-Ti seems to have split into these 3 segments.
Okay. And the one that's the most dead would be...
It would be Dendar's.
Dendar's end of the river is the most fucked up.
Being the mouth. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Well, if destroying one of the shards binds Mershulk permanently because he can be woken but never released, I mean, like, if that's true, I'll fucking do it right now. I'll destroy half my dagger.
I mean, it's a magical artifact, so I don't know that we can just, like, break it.
Yeah, that is true.
But if we found the Terracon, we might be able to convince it to change or take a different form.
It's glass crystal. I guess the Terracon could have control over crystal.
It would.
Crystal's kind of earth.
Yeah, well, metal, earth, crystal, anything derived from the earth is under the control of the Terracon. The gross 4 elements are kind of macros.
Glass is sand, and sand is ground up rocks.
There you go.
Ergo.
Okay. What is your plan going forward?
That's a good question. We should probably talk about it in character.
Iraq.
Well, the rack for the Terracon, or I don't know. What do you think, Enzo? This is your gig. I mean, I'd like to have a chat with Sirenella before we leave, just to see if maybe my theory on using the oh god, what are they called? The lexicons. There we go. If using the lexicons can change the nature of an Eidolon, because if it can, that might provide me some more answers for Kavol as well. So, and we have one of the vocabulants or one of the representatives that we can speak to. So, I'd like to at least have that answer, just to have it in my pocket. But where we go from here, I think, is up to you.
I abstain from voting.
What? Why?
I can't decide.
I would like to go to Lorak. I believe by doing this, we serve two purposes. We take the Terracon out of potential Cavoli hands, and we serve your purposes as well.
Vigil, that's the thing, I don't think the Terracon's in Lorak anymore.
Well, where is it then? I have no idea.
Somewhere where the dragon... Do you remember the story in Three Fun Village, where there was a troop of Dragonborn coming through, looking for the Terracon? 19 years ago. A year after the fall of Kavol.
Didn't we assume they took it to Larak?
No, they were looking for it. They were on a quest to find it.
Well, we assume they found it and took it to Larak.
Maybe, but we don't know.
Because of the state Lorak is in currently as well.
Step one, if we were considering, would be send a message to Larak and ask them. Surely there can be a way to contact them.
Caranculax, actually.
Caranculax.
He's from there. He might know someone. So, I guess we need to talk to... Okay, and Sword just pulls out a book and starts writing, because this is what Rune is doing. We need to talk to Caranculax and find the status of the Terracon.
I think we need to get in contact with Larak, yes.
Yeah.
Find out if what they know about the Terracon, and our pretense for why they would tell us can be, we believe Kavol is after it.
I mean,
we're trying to help you.
They are after it. So, yeah.
They literally are.
They literally are after the lexicons.
Do we have proof of that?
Yes, Vigil had a whole conversation with Diligence about it.
Well, that's testimony, that's not proof, but sure.
No, she said that they were looking for them.
Yes, and I'm saying all we have is the word of one tiefling. That's not proof, but yeah.
It's the only thing we have to go off of right now. And I don't know why she'd lie.
I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm saying Lorak, when one random fucker comes to them, warning them of a Cavoli invasion, is unlikely to just drop everything.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm saying now maybe if Caranculax vouches for it, maybe they trust Caranculax more. Caranculax trusts us.
So we need to find the Terracon.
Caranculax talks to Lorak.
For two reasons. Destroy daggers. And keep it out of Cavoli hands. Because they need... I think they needed the lexicons to get into the deep ethereal to get back to the souls that they were trying to get to. Which actually... Well... Now that I think about it... Is that such a bad thing?
So yeah, I think our plan is to get in touch with Caranculax, ask him if he has channels to Lorak.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, maybe this is a pipe dream, but I think a sending spell to someone over there isn't that crazy.
Yeah.
But maybe even a teleportation circle, as in like maybe one of their wizards teleports here, teleports us back, and we can just jot down their circle.
Or someone has it already here, honestly.
If this seems like a matter of so to speak national security.
Yeah, sure.
Which means hopefully they would do that for us.
Well, there's got to be a library of teleportation circles in the Palace of Eyes. People have to go places for diplomatic shit. So.
Yeah. When the king of Lorak needs to visit us, it feels like they're not sailing for 2 months. They would have a wizard.
Alright, so we need to get the teleportation circle to Lorak. Maybe go to the temple for the third dagger, but maybe not. Anything else? I need to do...
That's our next plans.
Right. I need to go talk to Serenella.
And, Sarn,
Yeah.
can you show me the spell you used to talk to Eltrez? I want to see it. I don't want to see it cast.
I mean, it's written in my shorthand, but sure. I reluctantly open my spellbook, turn to the right page, and just kind of shove it towards Vigil. I don't think you can use this. It's a combination of arcane and divine magic. It's apparently unique to me, which is another mystery I don't really want to think about.
But I'm going to try my own spin on it. See if it works.
Oh, Vigil, you don't want to mess with him. Anything you need to find out for him, we can find out from someone else. He's very clever. And he's very persuasive.
I will not offer him a damn thing.
You don't actually know that, and I mean that with every bit of respect I have for you as a person. I never thought I would make a deal with a devil, in my life. But I did to save your lives. And I did to stop that ritual in Kavol. And me 10 years ago would have looked at myself and gone, are you fucking mad? But I did it anyway.
Then on my head it lay.
It's not just on your head, Vigil. It's on all of us. Especially because he has ties to us.
Is there anyone whose word you trust more than Vigil? I feel like he's the most honorable person we know.
No, you're right about that. I do trust you. And I do believe you're telling the truth. That's why I said it didn't have anything to do with you, specifically. I just mean... just be careful. He's very persuasive.
I will.
And don't agree to anything, please.
I will not.
Swear to it. On something that means something to you. Anything at all. Swear to it.
I swear to it on the oath to my people.
I'll take it. Just don't do it in the house. And that actually gets kind of a nervous chuckle. Soren's trying to make a joke. It doesn't go well.
No devil summoning the house. Good.
Yeah.
I'll remember that for my retirement.
Yeah, thanks.
Vigil starts noting it down. He doesn't know if he can use it, but he has his own spin on things.
Sure.
We will, I think, leave it there for tonight.
Oh, yeah, it's that time, isn't it?
So, current goals are investigate getting some form of connection to Lorak, be that at the very least some form of sending communication, and with the ideal goal being some means of teleporting there instead of having to travel.
I feel like with a scry and a teleport, we could get there even if they don't offer us a circle. Maybe I'm crazy.
No. It's just scry. To scry on someplace, you have to kind of know where it is, I think, or have a piece of it, or...
Haven't we kind of scried on it already or something? Or was that the wizards at the tower, maybe?
That was the wizards.
The wizards at the tower managed to scry on the Terracon, and they described it being in the middle of an elemental storm.
Oh, and the only elemental storm is in Lorak.
Let's just teleport there. Sounds very safe.
What?!
Teleport into the middle of an elemental storm. What's wrong with that?
Well, elemental storm could be Lorak or it could be Kavol. We don't know anything about Kavol these days.
Sure. Yeah, I think our next plan is to go to Lorak, so the next session is to investigate. First of all, literally all we know about Lorak is like the name, pretty much.
Pretty much. So
learn a bit more about it and see if we can figure out a way to get there that doesn't involve sailing for 2 months.
To the library! Or to go talk to people. I guess that's it. So, yeah. So, tune in next week, y'all. Same bat time, same bat channel. Let me see here. The week of the 26th, so the end of this month, we will not have session. I will be out of town. So, at any rate, I hope you guys have a great evening. Thank you for hanging out with us. We will see you next week. Please practice social distancing, wash your hands, wear your masks, don't go out if you don't have to, and stay safe. We will see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.